Call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Redondo Beach Planning Commission on Thursday, November 19th, 2020. This virtual meeting is held pursuant to Executive Order N2920, issued by Governor Newsom on March 17th, 2020. May we have a roll call vote, or roll call, please?
Yes, of course. Commissioner Hensley.
Here.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Here.
Commissioner Ung.
Here.
Commissioner Godek. Here. And Chair Elder.
Here. Thank you for that. Commissioner Ung, would you like to lead us in the salute to the flag?
Sure.
And I think we have a flag coming up.
Yeah.
Yes, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Oh, good. Okay, it worked.
Yay. And repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Ung. And I'd like to just take a brief moment of silence for everyone suffering from the global pandemic right now. I know a lot of people are hurting. Great. Thank you all. Is there a motion to approve the order of agenda, or would anyone like to modify it?
So moved by Commissioner Stretzenberg.
And I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Stretzenberg, seconded by Commissioner Tupro to approve the order of the agenda. Roll call vote. Commissioner Tupro.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Order of the agenda is approved. That brings us to blue folder items. Blue folder items are additional backup material to administrative reports and or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. We had several blue folder items. Is there a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file blue folder items, Commissioner Ung.
Second by Stretzenberg.
The motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Stretzenberg to receive and file our blue folder items. Commissioner Tupro.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Those are received and filed. This brings us now to consent calendar. These are business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion are assigned to the consent calendar. The commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section below. Those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. The chair will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak on a consent calendar item?
We do not.
Okay. Would any commissioners like to pull anything from the consent calendar? Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull item F2 and F3.
Okay. F2 and F3. Anyone else? All right. Is there a motion then to approve item F1, approve the affidavit of posting of the Planning Commission regular meeting of November 19th, 2020?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Topero, seconded by Commissioner Hensley to approve the affidavit of posting of the Planning Commission regular meeting of November 19th, 2020. Our next roll call vote. Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Stretzenberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. That now brings us to excluded consent calendar items, which is item F2, and which is approved minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of October 15th, 2020, and item F3, receive and file Planning Commission referrals to staff update. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I had a question on the minutes. It's actually about in October when we approved the minutes for September. I had a question, maybe for staff. At the October meeting, I think Chair Elder had some blue folder minute edits that he had made, but it looks like from the meeting minutes from last month's meeting that we may have approved the original September meeting minutes. So I wanted to check on what we actually approved in October.
So I'd have to go back and look on what was included in the agenda packet. I do remember Chair Elder having a couple of edits. And then, so maybe when we revised, maybe we used a prior version for, I'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
We could bring them back.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's a bigger question. I guess first is a confirmation. I'm not sure exactly what we approved last month, whether it was Chair Elder's edits, which are fine, or the original ones. But I noticed in the motion it wasn't, in October, it wasn't 100% clear which version we were approving. So yeah, how should we check into this or bring it back, or what do we do with that before we approve this?
So that would have been, so I'm sorry. These minutes that are in this packet, so you're saying the approval of the prior minutes at this meeting?
Correct.
Okay. Which I think may have already been signed and filed. I'd have to see. I'd have to check with the clerk's office to see what the process would be for that.
Okay, and maybe the question
The
for
September minutes, correct?
September minutes, yeah.
Yes, that were approved in, okay. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
have a process for that. If we used the wrong, right, so basically saying Chair Elder's changes didn't get incorporated.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good one sentence summary. I'll take with Chair Elder then. Do you want to leave it as it is, or do you want to do any follow-up with this? What would you like? These were your edits, so I want to check.
Sorry, no, thank you, Commissioner Hensley, for getting my back. Edits I had were actually very minor, so I'm okay either way. But we should, the process is important, so thank you for keeping track of that.
Yeah, no problem. So maybe I'll leave it up to you then, Chair Elder, what you want to do. The minutes are accurate, I believe, for the October minutes are accurate. I'm not sure what we actually approved when we approved the minutes in October. So.
Yeah, I mean, was that done as a blue folder item? I don't know.
Yeah.
The blue folder items were received and filed, but yeah.
Okay. So, do you want to just leave it as is, or do you want to have staff do something?
I'm okay to leave it as is, but yeah, I think we should probably formalize that for the future, just to make sure we understand and clarify that, because at some point there will be, I'm sure, substantial edits that are more important.
Okay. Okay, that was my only item for F2. I didn't have any other questions or edits. So.
Okay.
So I guess I'll make a motion then to approve item F2, approve the minutes from the October Planning Commission meeting.
Second?
We have a motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Topero, to approve the minutes of the regular Planning Commission meeting of October 15th, 2020. Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
And Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. That brings us to item F3, receive and file Planning Commission referrals to staff update. Commissioner Hensley.
Sure, I had a question maybe for Director Forbes. I think we're still waiting for our feedback on the legal direction we were given back in May, and it's been taken off the referrals to staff update, but we never actually got our answer. Just checking on the status. Last month we talked about it a little bit, and we're supposed to get something, so I wanted to see where we are with that.
You know what? I think the comment last month was I was going to pull what I could informationally from the question was answered, and I pointed out the city attorney had mentioned it at the city council meeting and had explained that it was an issue that the outside counsel gave too conservative of instruction to the planning commissioners. And I'd said I could go back and see if, like where that was in the meeting and get that to you. So I can do that for you. So that you have that, but that's why we removed it, was we,
Okay.
had noted that the city attorney had brought that up.
Okay. Okay. That was it then. That was my only question on that topic. So I'll make a motion to approve item F3, receive and file the Planning Commission referrals to staff update.
Second?
I'll second it.
A motion by Commissioner Hensley, seconded by Commissioner Topero to approve the receive and file Planning Commission referrals to staff update. Commissioner Topero,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
I believe you have a hand up there, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg, sorry. I apologize.
We'll continue with the vote. I'll just say included with my vote.
Okay. Then, yeah, my vote is yes.
And Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, I had my hand up just because, following up on that same thing, that it was in the minutes, and I remember that Community Director, Development Director Brandy Forbes noted she will follow up with staff, revise it, and present it at the next commission meeting. So was expecting that as well. If you can do that at the next meeting, maybe, and get something in writing to us.
Yep.
Okay. With that, I vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Sorry about the missed hand raise. And I will also vote yes. The Planning Commission referrals to staff update has been received and filed. This now brings us to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Do we have members of the public wishing to speak?
Yes, Chair, thank you. We do have 3 members of the public wishing to speak. So the first speaker, first speaker also submitted some paperwork that was part of the agenda packet under non-agenda items. So she'll likely refer to this as she's speaking. So first speaker is Lisa Stock. Are you there, Lisa? Let me see. Oh, here we go. Hi. Let me unmute her, or ask to unmute. So Lisa, if you can unmute. Okay.
Yes, I should be on, hopefully. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. Good evening, commissioners of the Redondo Beach Planning Commission. My name is Lisa Gabian Stock. I'm here with my husband, William Stock. We would like to talk with you about accessory structure size and setback requirements in the city of Redondo Beach, and you do have some information in your packet, as you were just told. Going to the Sheet 2 overview, specifically, we are here to request that the Redondo Beach Planning Commission review the size and setback requirements for accessory structures and consider increasing the minimum setback, especially in dense areas such as R2 and R3 lots. As an example, we will share our experience with an ongoing backyard construction project on our neighbor's property. Finally, we would like to discuss potential impacts to property values related to large accessory structures. Now going to Sheet 3. Here's a brief timeline of events regarding our experiences with our neighbor's construction project. Prior to 2001, there was a single-family residence with 2 large avocado trees in the yard. In about 2001, the property was sold to a developer. The city was concerned with old growth and mandated that new trees were to be planted on the 2-on-a-lot development. From about 2002 to April 2020, there were really no issues with the multifamily residence with privacy trees. And you can see the beautiful hummingbirds in the trees in the example there. We have lots of gorgeous wildlife that comes through, even our tiny little yards here, which we really enjoy. In May 2020, a construction project began. The first thing to happen was the privacy trees were removed. In August, a large fireplace structure was erected on an elevated grade without approved plans or permits. And the first of several stop work orders were issued by the city. At this point, the full scope of the project was obvious, and frankly, according to city ordinance and zoning and such, it really should have been stopped, in our opinion. Instead, the almost complete non-permitted structure was categorized as an accessory structure, and subsequently plans were approved and permits were issued. In October, a large roof structure and pergola structure were installed, including 2 televisions, lights, and heat lamps, without approved plans or permits. This, despite the homeowners being told expressly by the city that a roof and a pergola were not being permitted to be built. This roof structure essentially extends our neighbor's living room all the way to the property line. If you go to sheet 4, I'd like to discuss impacts to property values. Now, we have several concerns related to this. Large accessory structures at the property line will negatively impact property values in the neighborhood. Setback requirements are purposefully implemented to impose a buffer zone and prevent crowding of adjacent properties. Neighbors who erect large accessory structures will appear to not be concerned about crowding their neighbor or impacting their neighbor's privacy. This in turn will raise concerns about their other potentially inconsiderate behaviors such as noise. Cities that allow unreasonable construction may appear to not be concerned with the quality of life of residents. Sheet 5, the comments. When we first had concerns regarding the construction, it was a bit cumbersome to identify the code enforcement.
Lisa, that's 3 minutes.
Is there
Okay,
a motion to extend the time at all?
Motion to extend.
Okay.
Can I take my husband's time because he registered as well?
I have a motion
Let me
to extend.
stop my timer. Yeah, her husband registered as well. If it's okay with the commission, if she'll take her husband's 3 minutes.
A second to extend time.
Do we need to vote on that,
Thank
or
you.
a motion and a second sufficient?
You need to vote. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Roll call vote on extending time.
I know.
Commissioner Navarro,
Yes.
Commissioner Godek,
Yes.
Commissioner Ung,
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley,
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
Great, thank you. I apologize for that. We just have to make sure we follow the procedures. Otherwise, things can
I
get out of hand.
understand.
So if you don't
No
mind
worries.
continuing.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So when we first had concerns regarding the construction, it was a bit cumbersome to identify that code enforcement was the entity to help us with the concerns. But once contact was made with the city, they were extremely professional, very helpful, and very responsive, and have been all the way throughout. I really want to stress that. However, we recommend that once an issue is identified, that code enforcement take ownership and not rely on citizens to police the situation, as this has caused further conflict with our neighbors. If the city were to enforce existing ordinances from the start, this conflict would not be occurring. We are concerned that this construction project has been allowed to go on for too long. The city has had several opportunities to intervene and enforce the laws, but instead chose to accommodate the homeowner. When the fireplace was constructed without approved plans or permits, rather than requiring the fireplace to meet fireplace codes, it was recategorized as an accessory structure. When the roof structure and pergola were installed, the city quickly told them that it must be removed within 2 weeks, but later changed their stance to allow the homeowner to attempt to get approval for their illegal structures using the administrative design review process. A few more points to consider. Environmental impacts. The large trees and open space are now gone. The animals have been displaced. Due to the roof coming all the way to the property line and being sloped, the runoff and debris will be coming directly into our yard during a rainstorm. And 70% of our neighbor's yard is now paved over with impermeable concrete and or tiles. Regarding noise ordinances, the parties, the TVs, and the resulting echo chamber that has been created due to the tiled surfaces as well as the roof mean that we can now hear sound from their yard even when on the other side of our home with the windows closed. In conclusion, we are requesting that the Redondo Beach Planning Commission review the size and setback requirements for accessory structures. In addition, it would be helpful if the Planning Commission could work with the City Planning Department to find ways to expedite code enforcement by implementing significant consequences for individuals who blatantly and repeatedly defy regulations and codes. If this project is approved, I feel we are opening the door for everyone on R2 and R3 lots to build additions all the way to their property line. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments, and also thank you for the well put together, presentation you had for us. That always is helpful. Photos and things like that are always, picture tells 1,000 words. So thank you for the very clear way you presented that and for all your efforts.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and the next speaker is Holly Osborne. Okay, Holly, if you can unmute, you should be able to speak.
Okay, I don't know that other person that spoke, but my topic is so close. I I hope you get your blue folder items out or on the screen because I also have pictures. So, good evening to the Planning Commission Chair, Commission members, and planning staff. My name is Holly Osborne, District 5. I want to talk about houses in the R1 area in North Redondo. I showed pictures of these single-family houses on 2,500 square foot lots at the City Council meeting this past Tuesday, but then I talked about the implications of SB 1120. And here were the 4 houses that I showed on Tuesday, and just notice there's no parking. But now I want to talk about design standards on these houses. And the next picture just shows 2 more. Okay, and so I went to Zillow to find out what their size was and what their FAR. The smaller one on the left is 1,767 square feet, and so the FAR is 0.7068. That's the square foot divided by the lot size, which is 2,500. The one on the right is 3 bedroom, 2 and 1/2 bathrooms, and it's got a FAR of 0.7688. Okay, both of those houses are in match the neighborhood. But the one on the extreme left, which you really can't see, was torn down and new structures were put up, 2 on a lot. Okay, scroll down and you can see it, and I'll read what the statistics are there. Okay, the house is 3 stories, 4 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms on a 2204 for 2,200 square foot. It has a FAR of 0.8816, and so does the identical house to the left of it. There's 2 of them. Now, what's interesting about this, if you look at the picture, it says, the description, it has 3 bedrooms and 5 baths. That's what it says now. The original thing on Zillow said it had 3 bedrooms plus a guest bedroom with full bath. In my math, 3 bedrooms plus 1 bedroom equals 4 bedrooms. But that description was taken down. And a friend of mine who lives there says you're not allowed to have bathrooms on the top floor like this. Okay, but I haven't examined the house, and I don't know if that's true anyway. I would love for the planning department to answer that. So now here's another view of the little house next door. It is dwarfed. That's the little house you saw before by this big thing next to it. Okay. So now continue on down. Right after I took that picture, I noticed a for sale sign went up on the little one. So what I want to know is, where was the planning department on this? The taller and skinny that went up that had 4.5 or 5 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms. Does that sound like a house or a boarding house? In North Redondo, several years ago, someone tried to build a house with 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms on an R2 lot, and this was mentioned in the GPAC. The planning department said no. They saw through what the builder was trying to do, basically build a mini hotel. And that looks to me like what is happening.
That was 3 minutes. If there's a motion to extend, or.
Yeah, I'll do a motion to extend, or a second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Sorry, Holly, go ahead.
Okay, I got rattled. All right, anyway, the GPAC said no to a mini hotel. No, the Planning Commission said no to a mini hotel, and this was years ago. And the person on the GPAC who mentioned this was a former councilman who was also on the Planning Commission, Matt Kilroy. So anyway, I thought the planning department was supposed to have some sort of design standards and preserve neighborhoods and have some sort of open space requirements. And I just want to give one more example because I found this one. The 4 houses down below now is not in the Golden Hills, but it's another area of North Redondo that's zoned R1A. It's on Carlson Street. And those are the 4 cute houses. And then look at the 1700 block. I thought, oh my God, and I have two questions about that. What is the FAR for these houses is 2,500 over 2,500 equals 1. And I have two questions. Are there really only 3 bedrooms like it says? I don't know. It's an awfully big FAR for just 3 bedrooms. And were they having a sale on shipping containers when these houses were designed? We do have a shipping container house in North Redondo, but I don't know anybody who would want solid shipping containers in their block like this. I just don't. So North Redondo was named Redondo Beach back in the 80s and 90s. And we were the target of much derision from other cities. And we had this reputation of anything goes here regarding building. And if you wanted to overbuild, just dump it in North Redondo. We seem to be the target of developers everywhere trying out their worst designs here. The planning department used to enforce design standards in single-family neighborhoods. Can they get back to that? Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Holly. Any other speakers?
No other speakers. Let me check the e-comment and no e-comments for non-agenda items as well.
Great, thank you. And I would like to thank all of our call-ins and blue folder items. Because these are non-agenda items, we can't discuss them, obviously, but I think they will factor into some of the conversations we're having later tonight and potentially future conversations. So thank you for your participation. This public feedback is always very important for us. So I apologize that we can't directly respond, but stay tuned and see what happens. This brings us now to, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. There's a quick comment. We can't talk about non-agenda items, but we can say that in February, we're supposed to get the accessory structure topic on the agenda in February, right?
Yes, that's on the matrix of the referrals to staff. Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Stock, who spoke today about the accessory structure requirements, that'll be coming back to us in February. And to Ms. Osborne's comments, we do have design guidelines coming up at some point in the future, but that is a TBD discussion. So
that's correct, and that's also on that referral to staff on the design guidelines. And just for clarification, R1A is not included in our current residential design guidelines. So something to keep in mind when we get to that discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Hensley, and great clarification. And to Commissioner Hensley's point, yes, we will be talking about this, so please stick with us and keep working with us as well. That brings us to ex parte communications. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the following public hearings. Does anyone have anything to disclose?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
I had conversations. This is where I disclosed that I had conversations with you, correct?
Yes, you're in the right spot. Yep.
Yes. So yes, we discussed the ADU and the open space conversations that we're going to be having today. I got some background information. I understand this has been something that you guys have been discussing for a while now.
Just a bit, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That's perfect. Does anyone else have any ex parte communication to disclose? So for my ex parte communication, I spoke with Commissioner Godek on items J1 and L1. On item L1, I also discussed the open space with 2 members of Cal Water staff, Councilmember Lowenstein, and multiple residents. That brings us now to our public hearings. Sorry. Item J1. This is a public hearing to consider adoption of resolutions recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone, consistent with state law, and amending Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones, consistent with the state law, and that the City Council adopt a finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. Is there a motion to open the public hearing?
Oh, go
Motion
ahead.
to open the public hearing, Commissioner Rung.
I'll second.
The motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Topro to open the public hearing. Do we have anyone from any members of the public speaking on this?
Yes, we do have one member of the public waiting to speak on this item.
Okay, perfect. So for whoever's dialed in or participating, I have to administer an oath to you. So do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So actually, let me unmute. So Mr. McNeely, are you there?
I am.
Okay, yeah, so if, so the chair is going to administer an oath right now for your testimony. And then if you can just swear or affirm after his oath.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry. So do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Perfect. Sorry about that. I know it's a little weird doing this via Zoom, but thank you for working with us. Excellent. So is there a staff presentation on this at all?
Yes, I have a presentation. I'm going to share my screen.
Did we need to vote on that? We just did a motion.
Right.
I apologize. Did we not vote? Sorry. Just a second to open the public hearing. Roll call vote, though. Commissioner Topro.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
And Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
And I will also vote yes. Thank you for keeping me honest on that one.
Okay. So can you see my screen for the presentation? Great. So if you recall, we had discussed the latest state legislation regarding accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, briefly at the February meeting and again at the May Planning Commission meetings. And then once we had a more robust option for public participation, we presented the draft ordinances for the Planning Commission's recommendation at the September meeting. The City Council, and that recommendation was made to City Council to adopt the ordinances. The City Council did introduce the ordinances at their October 6th meeting. However, subsequently and before the ordinances were adopted, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, provided comments, including revisions necessary for the ordinances to be in compliance with the state regulations. So the staff revised those ordinances accordingly. This agenda item is for the consideration of the revised draft ordinances for ADUs, incorporating the changes to address HCD's comments to ensure that the ordinances are consistent with the state law. And just to recap, in 2019, the State Senate and Assembly adopted several bills related to housing and specifically to ADUs. The governor had signed the bills into law in October of last year, and then the new regulations became effective on January 1st of 2020. On January 10th of 2020, HCD provided a summary of the changes and the adopted legislation related to the ADUs. And then in late September of 2020, HCD issued a guidebook regarding state regulations. Both of these were included in the agenda packet. Since there were several bills adopted that revised the state regulations, it was important to evaluate the sequence of when they were signed so that for us to determine which of the regulations were actually in place. So after the HCD summary was issued back in January, the city attorney's office was able to review that to appropriately implement the regulations into our ordinances. The biggest issue, and we had discussed this at September meeting, but I'll go over it briefly, was that difference, that designation between the streamlined ADUs versus non-streamlined ADUs. And that distinction was incorporated into the city's proposed ordinances. As a reminder, some of the basic key changes to the legislation include that the city must allow ADUs in all areas zoned to allow residential, including multifamily and mixed use. Junior ADUs must be allowed in certain streamlined conditions. Minimum lot size requirements cannot be required. Owner occupancy restrictions are not permitted. That sunsets in 2025, and we have it built into the ordinances that will trigger in January of 2025. Jurisdictions may prohibit rentals of less than 30 days in all ADUs. And then setbacks, heights, unit sizes, parking is all based on whether it's a streamlined or non-streamlined. So I'm going to go through a little refresher on that. There are 4 categories of streamlined ADUs. This is under the California Government Code section 65852.2 subsection E, whereas the non-streamlined is covered in subsections A through D of that code. And regardless of any other provisions, if a streamlined ADU meets those very basic standards stated in the state regulations as being streamlined, a city must approve the application and may not impose any other standards. If the application does not meet those standards to be a streamlined ADU, it would be regulated under the non-streamlined section of the regulations. So I'm going to go through those streamlined categories very, very quickly as a refresher. There were 4 streamlined categories. 2 are single family, 2 are multifamily. With the single family, there was the wholly within. So it's the creation of the ADU or JADU, junior ADU, would have to be wholly within the existing or proposed single family residence or existing attached accessory structure with an expansion of up to 150 square feet for ingress and egress. The direct exterior access is required. Side and rear yard setbacks would be in line with what the existing structure is. No ADU size limit can be imposed since it's within the existing structure. There are limits that can be imposed on JADUs, and that's 500 square foot maximum size, recorded deed restrictions prohibiting sale, and this is the only time that we can, before 2025, require owner occupancy is if there's a JADU. The second was the single family new detached ADU. 1 ADU would be allowed under this section of the code, and it may be combined with a JADU that's under the wholly within category. Must be on a lot with an existing or proposed single family residence, allowed in residential or mixed use zoning. Must be detached, must be new construction, 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks, and an 800 square foot maximum size limit. So to find that, meet that categorization for the streamline where it goes right through, it can't be larger than 800 square feet with a 16-foot maximum height limit. And we put in here a 5-foot minimum distance between structures, or otherwise they have to meet the fire code. We couldn't just require that setback if they do meet the fire code otherwise. For the multifamily, there were 2 types of ADUs. One is, again, that kind of wholly within in a multifamily. We must allow up to at least 1 ADU and up to 25% of the existing number of units in that multifamily dwelling. They have to be on a lot with an existing multifamily development. ADUs are to be a conversion of non-livable space, so storage rooms, basements, garages. ADUs must be wholly within the existing multifamily dwelling and can only be a conversion of that non-livable space. And there's no ADU size limit that can be imposed. And then the last of the streamlined is the new detached. So not more than 2 detached ADUs are allowed on a lot with an existing multifamily dwelling. Has to be detached from that multifamily dwelling. It can be in combination with that multifamily non-livable space conversion. So they could have more than just the 2 that are detached. They could have the 2 detached and the maximum, up to the maximum of the non-livable space conversion. 4-foot side and rear yard setbacks are required, though, to meet this standard. There is no ADU size limit that can be imposed, but we can require, limit it to 16-foot height limit. And again, that 5-foot minimum distance or otherwise meet the fire code. And for all streamlined, for parking, just, and this is going to come up later, so I wanted to really touch on this. We had proposed that for inland zoning, the city can't require any parking for the streamlined ADUs or JADUs. But if you recall, we had, in the coastal zone, we had proposed the requirement for one parking space per ADU or JADU provided on that same lot as the ADU or JADU. The city cannot require replacement parking of converted parking spaces, and we have to allow that parking can be in tandem or in setbacks. We can't determine the configuration. For non-streamlined, just as a reminder, that would be if they can't meet the standard for streamlining, the city can impose some standards such as parking, height, setback, landscaping, architectural review, historic resource protections on the non-streamlined. But until our ordinance is effective, the state's non-streamlined regulations that are much more lenient, where they have up to 1,200 square feet and no height or story restrictions, those are in effect. The city originally proposed that non-streamlined standards apply to lots with the existing or proposed single family only. But what you'll see as we go through the presentation, the HCD comments said that we have to allow for non-streamlined, we have to allow it on lots with an existing or proposed multifamily dwelling. However, we can limit that to one ADU under the non-streamlined. So we are still able to limit it so that JADUs would not be allowed in non-streamlined. So the only time that they would be allowed is in that streamlined single family wholly within. We can require that no existing ADU or JADU be located on the site, which is what we've proposed. The city can require in the non-streamlined ADU that the ADU comply with the building height, setback, site coverage, building envelope, and payment of any applicable fees. This is in the draft ordinances. The dimensions that we have to allow a minimum. So the lowest we could go for our maximums would be an 850 square foot limit for a one bedroom, or 1,000 square foot limit for greater than one bedroom. Currently under the state regulations, under a non-streamlined, the application can be up to 1,200 square feet. So here's that opportunity for the city regulations to come into play. Similarly, with a height limit under the state regulations for non-streamlined, there's no height or story limit. We cannot enforce or limit it to less than 16 feet as the maximum height. So we've proposed the 16-foot maximum height for detached. And the city can limit the detached ADUs to 1 story, which is proposed. Now we have those proposed because that's what we had in our prior ordinance that the city council had adopted. So it's something that's really driven by that city council determination. For setbacks, that 4-foot side and rear yard setback, if it's a conversion of a existing structure, there's no setback requirements beyond what's there. But this is where we can also require that 5-foot distance between structures. And we can just require it outright. For parking, for non-streamlined, we had proposed in the coastal zone the requirement of 1 parking space per ADU provided on the same lot, regardless of the waivers that are in the inland zone. In the inland, if you recall, if it's within a half-mile public transit, which most of the city is, or in a historic district or car sharing, there are a handful of different waivers that are requirements that if those are in place, then we can't require the inland zoning. But for that coastal zoning, we're requiring the parking space per ADU. And we're also proposing in the coastal zone that the replacement of spaces for garage or carport, if they're using the carport or garage location, that they would have to replace those. Again, that's just in the the coastal zone, not in the inland, for what we proposed. And then the California Department of Housing and Community Development provided comments. As you can see here, the draft ordinances were sent to HCD initially in September, at the beginning of September, and that was in advance of the September 17th Planning Commission meeting. And then again, they were sent to them at the end of September before the City Council meeting. And by the time City Council was introducing the ordinances, we hadn't heard from HCD yet on those. However, the ordinances were introduced by Council. A week later, HCD issued their comments on October 12th. The city submitted the proposed revisions to HCD at that time. We actually had them confirm that they didn't have any additional comments, that was their full list. And they said, except for any change, they'll make comments on any changes. So we had proposed changes. They had a few additional comments, and we incorporated those into the ordinances that are before you tonight. And just as a reminder, the whole reason that we're including the HCD comments is when conflicting local provisions are, any conflicting local provisions are rendered null and void. So if our ordinance that was in place, or if we had adopted this ordinance and there are areas that would not have been in compliance with the state regulations, that the regulations would have been considered null and void. So we wanted to make sure that our ordinances meet the state regulations and implement what local controls we can put in there. And I will now go through the HCD comments. So just bear with me. I just want to make sure that everybody knows understands what the changes are from what was you reviewed in September. So HCD commented that the ADU or JADU must be allowed on a lot with a proposed or existing multifamily structure. Although an ADU or JADU under STREAMLINED would only be allowed with that existing multifamily, if, when we went through the list of 4, HCD had pushed the point that an ADU must be allowed on a lot with an existing or proposed multifamily structure for non-STREAMLINED. The city's draft ordinances previously had only allowed for non-STREAMLINED ADUs on a lot with an existing or proposed single-family unit. So the draft ordinances were revised to address this. The definition of accessory dwelling unit was revised. The standards for other accessory dwelling units, the non-STREAMLINED, do now include the possible location on a lot with an existing or proposed multifamily dwelling. But we added language to clarify that in the non-STREAMLINED, it would be for only one ADU per lot versus the STREAMLINED where there's multiple ADUs per lot. We wanted to be very clear that it was only one ADU per lot for non-STREAMLINED. And then as well, we were concerned that now is somebody going to try and take advantage of both the STREAMLINED and non-STREAMLINED on the same lot? So we added language that if an ADU is constructed under non-STREAMLINED, that the applicant can't now come back and take a second bite at the apple and apply for a STREAMLINED units on the same lot. And there's already language of the reverse of that where it prohibits any non-STREAMLINED ADU if there is already an ADU or JADU on the site. And then I know this is hard to read. It's just, I included in the packet that comparison, the comparison documents, and it started on page 177 of the agenda packet. So that's all this is just to show you where it was located, what was changed, just so you get a feel. So I highlighted each of the spots that was changed and only the spots that were changed. So the next, so the first this is the change to that accessory dwelling unit definition. And I know that it seems very wordy because we were adding that multifamily portion of it, but it's basically clarifying that it has to be allowed on a lot with multifamily or single family, and it can be proposed and existing, or if it's an accessory structure to that or detached. So we needed to spell out all the different ways that that ADU could be created in that definition. And this was from the recommendation from HCD. And then as well, we have, these are the standards. And it's basically, you can see it just mirrors from inland to coastal, but I wanted to make sure you had all of it in the presentation. It includes that, that area where, you know, only one ADU is allowed. This is where, okay, it's allowed in the existing or proposed multifamily. But then here's that section I was mentioning about, so, you know, not taking the second bite at the apple. So you can, you know, if you're going through Streamlined, you didn't have to go through all these other reviews. So you don't get to have the Streamlined and then have the non-Streamlined. And similarly, with the non-Streamlined, you may have gotten a larger unit. You may have, you know, you had to go through maybe a few more hoops to get that constructed. But now it's, you don't get to have that and these additional ADUs. So we wanted to make sure that that was clear in the regulations. And then the next comments, HCD commented that the action taken within 60 days is generally limited to approval or denial. We had in there that action being taken could include corrections through plan check, because you know, that would mean that their applicant, you know, if they have to make those corrections, we didn't want their time frame to make it an automatic approval. And then going back and forth with HCD, we ended up with language that replaced that comment about the plan check, and instead just saying a code compliant application, because that's what they have to submit. They need to have an application that is code compliant. So we included that. And then the next one was HCD noted that even if the ADU is reviewed at the same time as a proposed single family dwelling under Streamlined, you can't hold up the approval of the ADU by waiting for the approval of the single family application. That's only in Streamlined. So we just made that correction in the language of the ordinance. And then this is just that language showing that code compliant rather than the plan check. And then down here, that subsection B that it's mentioning is what is the Streamlined. So we wanted to make it clear that that's only Streamlined. So if it was non-Streamlined and they applied for both the single family dwelling and the ADU at the same time, if you can hold up and say that they have to both be approved, you have to hold up the approval of the ADU, but you can't do that for Streamlined. And it's just a technicality, so we included that in there. HCD commented that as long as subleases are for a period of longer than 30 days, they can be allowed. And we just had where we had or subleases in the language of the code was just in a wrong location. It was just preventing subleases completely rather than just preventing them for periods less than 30 days. So we made that adjustment. And then HCD noted that we can't prohibit an ADU or JADU where there's a guest dwelling unless a guest dwelling meets the definition of ADU. And ours does not, because our definition of guest dwelling does not allow kitchen facilities. So we had to remove that limitation from the ordinances. And again, this is just showing you, that it was in that track changes of where the revision was made in the different sections. And then, and sorry, there's just a couple more slides of these, but I wanted to make sure that, you understood each of the comments and how they were changed. HCD had wanted language regarding Streamlined detached with multifamily to be clear that 2 units are permitted. Our language said no more than 2, which means the same thing, but they were on that. So we went with just change the language that 2 detached accessory dwellings are permitted. And then the other was we had required that an entryway be at least 10 feet from the property line. And they stated that the state law is clear that the setbacks can be no greater than, that we can require can be no greater than 4 feet. So we revised that ordinances to encourage a 10, that the entryway is 10 feet away from property line. And then this is where that, that language was changed in each of both the inland and coastal. And then the final two, HCD had noted under streamlined that it cannot be a requirement that the exit of an ADU or JADU not face the front property line. They commented that it can be a preference similar to what we had, we just discussed about that 10 feet from the property line, but the entrance, we can't prevent it from facing the front property. So we revised that language. We've actually had an application come in, and if you think about it, if somebody is converting a portion of an existing single family structure to an ADU or a JADU, they may have that entrance for the JADU be at the front. So it really did make sense when they put that in there. And then HCD pointed out that new legislation that will go into effect on January 1st of 2021 from AB 3182 required that not only must a JADU and an ADU be allowed on the same site under streamlined, but they could be contained in the same residence. So we just tweaked the ordinance based on what that language was from AB 3182 and incorporated that in here. So here's those two changes. This is that encourage that the access does not face the front property line. And then this was the changed language about, and it's only in the streamlined for that ADU and JADUs being allowed on the lot. And then for additional revisions, the city wanted to add a clarification that the preservation ordinance is applied specifically for Mills Act under the non-streamlined. And if you recall, I had mentioned earlier that that's one of the things that the city can regulate is that historic preservation component. So this is allowed per the state regulations. And then, and this is just the language where that's in the, was added to the codes. And then I also wanted to point out that HCD did not issue any comments regarding the parking sections. So we had that proposed language about the coastal zone about, they're required to provide parking for the ADU or JADU. And then for non-streamlined that they're required to provide replacement parking. And the HCD did not, in the coastal, and HCD did not make any comments on that. So, and that's why I wanted to clarify with them that they had provided all their comments. So that's good news. That means that they understand that the coastal does have some more protection to it. And then just finally, again, since the conflicting local provisions are rendered null and void, leaving the state regulations to govern, the city staff prepared the ADU ordinance revisions that meet the state regulations while implementing what local controls are allowed. And then finally, thank you very much for your patience. Here's the recommendations. We've already opened the public hearing and administered the oath. And I've done the presentation, so I will turn it over to you for any, the planning, you're considering these ordinances at this public hearing. The staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt the resolutions recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 and Title 10, Chapter 2 pertaining to ADUs and residential zones in the coastal zone and the zoning code respectively, and consistent with the state law, and recommend that the City Council and that the Planning Commission recommends that the City Council adopt a finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA. And with that, I'll open up to any questions. Let me go ahead and stop sharing.
All right, well, thank you for that, Director Forbes. I know that's these ADU laws keep constantly changing on us, and it's a shifting landscape, and state law keeps superseding us. And every time we get something done, it goes back and changes again. So thank you for all the work you put into this. I know it's incredibly challenging to keep up with. So really appreciate your efforts. Also, thank you for getting the staff report out as a blue folder item. I know we've always had questions about how to receive and file that. So getting it out in advance is even better. So really appreciate that. And also the email chain I found helpful to see that back and forth with HCD. So that was certainly helpful for me. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, also thanks, Brandy, for this is a ton of work. There is no doubt, and getting it all compliant and a lot of back and forth. Greatly appreciated. One quick clarification, actually, it's on your last slide. Prior to this, what happened is we said that our entire regulation or our entire code set that we had just enacted had become null and void, and we were under state. Going forward, it doesn't negate our entire package, does it? If a single provision is found to conflict, that state would take over that single one, but not our entire package.
That is correct. And that is something that came out with the HCD guidebook that came out in September. So, here it is, 9 months after, 9+ months after it went into effect, that we were actually getting that kind of information. But our prior ordinance is definitely null and void. There's, it straight up just starting with the lot size requirement that we had, and the height limitation that we had. So there were so many things that were conflicting. But going forward, you're correct. Once we adopt that ordinance, if there's a piece of it that is conflicting, but we didn't want to just go ahead and adopt something that we already knew that HCD was going to have multiple issues with. So that's why we're coming back to you with this before we adopt it.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the look ahead to the one that's coming in 2021 and getting that in now, because we'd just be back here again with a months-long process. So that was great that you did that. And hopefully there's no more, at least in the near-term pipeline, that are going to, fingers crossed, no doubt. So thanks again for a ton of work. It's overwhelming just to read through this. So appreciate it. I'll have more after we get back into the actual discussion.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for staff, or do we want to open this up for public comment? So I think we do have a public speaker then, is that correct?
Yeah, actually, we'll have two, actually. We have another one that registered. So the first one will be the one you administered the oath to. It'll be Kenneth McNeely. So Kenneth, if Kenneth, you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you.
Thank you very much, commissioners, for letting me speak. Thank you, Director Forbes, for an incredible presentation and all the hard work that you've put into this. I can see that it's been such a substantial effort. I'd like to thank the planning staff, Stacy and Antonio, for all of the effort that they put in to educate me on ADUs and the process. And my only question is, and I know I'm very late to the party, but the 16-foot height limit, I live on Upper Avenue B and a single family home, and my neighbors all have single family homes. And in this time where a lot of people have to take care of their parents and they need to have some place where they can live and have some privacy, if you have a detached garage, the 16 feet won't allow people to build an ADU on top of their existing garage. And that was my only comment. I don't want to, Director Forbes has put in so much effort, and I don't want to upset the apple cart in any manner. I'd like you folks to take a few minutes just to review that 16-foot height limit going forward. And that's all I got. And thank you very, very much for your time.
Great, thank you. And thank you for sticking with us and giving your feedback.
Okay, so the next speaker is, and I'm sorry if I pronounce it incorrectly, Isla Klinger. And then, Chair, if you can administer the oath. Isla, can you hear us? If you can unmute.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yes.
Perfect. So I've got an oath that you just have to affirm to. So do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead and give your comment, please.
Hi, my name is Ilya Klinger, a resident of District 4, Redondo Beach since 2000. I want to start off by thanking our staff for all the hard work and ensuring that nobody gets a second bite of the apple. I read the resolution for the public hearing, and usually when I see a lot of whereases, it sounds like we're about to give up something, and in this case, it seems that we're giving up the density requirement. Density requirement is one of the tools that can be used as a check on overdevelopment, especially in the coastal zone, which might be extended throughout Redondo Beach because almost the entire city of Malibu is somehow part of the coastal zone, and they go more inland than Redondo does. So by extending the coastal zone, you might actually increase your home value as well. So I guess my point is this is something that can actually affect all of Redondo Beach, not just the coastal area. So what are we getting in return for giving up the density requirement? If it's just a state mandate that we're adhering to, and it seems it is, we need to be careful about how to best adhere to it. Perhaps with a caveat saying that the only reason we're doing it is because of the state law, that we wouldn't have done it otherwise, and that if the law is successfully challenged in court by another city, a homeowners association, or any other party, we would look into amending it or repealing it and add this as a conditional statement or just a similar conditional statement to the resolution. I realize that it's partially already a part of the 837 of the ordinance, but there's no commentary about a potential court challenge to it from a third party, like another city or homeowners association. And I'm not really sure how the state can just make density disappear by passing a law. I think that if a law against gravity was passed, I doubt it would disappear. So there needs to be some give and take on every part of the issue. And if we give up the density requirement without as many caveats as possible, it could set a weak precedent, and I'd rather have us set as strong a precedent as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And yeah, everyone's correct that this is something the state is forcing on, and it's not something that we decided to do on our own. It's how do we best comply with state law without giving up too much. Director Forbes, I don't know if you might comment about the coastal zone and how that's defined and where that's defined and who defines that.
Yeah, the coastal zone. So we do have, that's why we have two ordinances, is we have the coastal zone, which is from Pacific Coast Highway west, and then the inland ordinance, the regular zoning ordinance is for the rest of the municipality. So that's really our dividing line. I'm not sure where it, like the original line was, determined, but it is something that's in the our local coastal plan, our local coastal program that's approved and adopted by the Coastal Commission. So, but with that, the only thing where we can really have that flexibility, or we felt that we could get that flexibility, and this is in working with our city attorney and in preparing these, was with the parking, because it's that access to the coast that is the biggest concern that Coastal Commission comes back to us about all the time. It's one of the criteria we have. So that's why with the coastal zone, we could put that requirement in about parking, is because if we don't, and they convert parking or they create more dwelling units without parking with these ADUs, that's all going on the street, which then takes away that access from the public to the coast. That being said, when it came to the density, that was very clearly spelled out that you cannot count the ADU towards your density. So we're not allowed to, per the state regulations. Even if we tried to put that into our regulation, or I should say take that out of our regulation, then that would be in non-compliance and the state's regulation would be upheld. So it really is in that state regulation. I understand commenters' concerns about, can the state do this? But they've adopted the regulation, and we're just trying to work within that.
Right, thank you. Yeah, and I know it might be tempting to blanket the whole city as a coastal zone, but putting everything under the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission would have some other consequences. So that would be a huge undertaking. Anyway,
Chair, I'm sorry, Chair, if I may, we did have we had another speaker sign on for this item, and it's Laura McMoran. Laura, if you can unmute.
Hi, good evening, Commission. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Laura. So the chair will have to administer an oath first.
Oh, apologize.
Yeah, that's all right.
Nope. No problem at all. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi. So last year I spoke on this issue regarding a second story on a detached garage. And I think that was pretty well vetted. And City Council established the maximum height of, I think at that time it was 15 feet. The reason for not allowing it is, first, the property owner who requests it has other options to create an ADU on their property that would not create a negative impact on neighboring properties. So as much as it might be convenient for them, they'd be creating an inconvenience for others. I think the first speaker tonight in public comments spoke on the impacts of noise. That would only be exacerbated by a second story ADU adjacent to someone's rear yard. So I do hope the commission adopts staff's resolution as is. It is very well thought out. And thank you so much for your service to the city.
Thank you for sticking with us and your feedback. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Elder. I had a couple questions for staff on the height part. If someone came in today with a ADU application, are they under the state law and they could build something over their garage as an ADU before our new ADU ordinance is adopted?
Yes, and we do have, what's interesting was that HCD, when they issued their guidebook in September, made that distinction for that non-streamlined. So right now, the state's regulations for non-streamlined do allow above a garage. There's no height or story limit for the non-streamlined. And right now, there aren't those restrictions in place that we're looking to put in place for non-streamlined in the state regulations. So it is something that's more desired or more lenient than what the streamlined is under the state's regulations. We have about 3 applications, I think, that are coming in under that. They do, however, they have to have a building permit issued by the time that our ordinances become effective to still be grandfathered under the state regulations. Otherwise, they would have to comply with the city's new ordinances.
So if somebody started today, they probably couldn't get a building permit by the time the city adopts the ordinance.
If they were just starting to come in conceptually right now, no. We have a few applications that are just now coming to building, but they have their survey. The design's been already reviewed by planning. So it's just now going through that. The plan check is what they need to do, and they'll need to just make sure they're ready to pull their permit by the time it's effective. And it's a 30 days after the adoption. Coastal, it's longer. They would have a little bit more room, but we're not seeing as many. I think we have 1 application, and that was the one that was that appeal that was pulled at the last planning commission meeting, and that was. They're in the coastal zone, so there's a little bit more time. It's when coastal certifies the ordinance is when it becomes effective. So they had more months in coastal.
Okay, and looking at the September changes, not so much the changes that are different from then, but on the height requirement for something that's within or attached, it can be the same height as the current structure, right? It's not not limited. In our ordinance, I couldn't find any reference to that height of a within or attached ADU or JADU. Is that defined, or is that?
I think it was just if it's part of the the main structure that has its own own regulations for height and setbacks, and so it was mainly focused on that detached, where the one speaker was correct in saying that it had previously been 15 feet height and actually had, I think, 5 foot setbacks previously, but we can't go lower than 16 feet or greater than 4 feet setbacks. So that's what we put into the ordinance to keep as in line with what had been adopted previously.
Okay, and one other confirmation for the junior accessory dwelling unit, those can be within a multifamily house as well as a single family residence under the.
No, it's only under the streamlined, wholly within for single family.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Randy, I'm going to be putting together some questions that are mainly in the resolution on the coastal zone amendments. So if you can bring that document up, it'll help. And some of these, I apologize, aren't specifically with the changes. Some of them are just kind of clarifications for our own part, because I get inundated with questions about this. Nobody seems to understand what the law is, and I'm trying to learn it so I can help them at least a little bit.
I've got that resolution pulled up.
Okay, so the first question is on the bottom paragraph of page 6, where you're defining 5.1506.
Mm-hmm.
About 2/3 way down, it says second unit shall be subject to an administrative design review and conformance with the city's residential design guidelines. Can we do that since last month you?
No, let me I didn't repeat this from the September meeting. This section, if you go back to where where it says section 3, it's just pointing out that let me take a step back. I'll just explain what I explained at the last conversation on this. When we adopted our ADU ordinance a year and a half ago in April of 2019, the coastal ordinance was going to Coastal Commission for certification. But the new regulations were adopted before Coastal Commission heard it, so Coastal Commission never certified it. Unfortunately, we ended up the codifier that we have codified it. So we were just clarifying that this technically, what's under here where it says second units, we're just saying this is what's technically been certified, and we're just repealing the whole thing because it's not what we had adopted in April of 2019, and so that's what this.
Section 3 is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to swing down then and get into section 4. And some of it's just clarification. Give me a second. I'm panning through pages here. On page 9, and towards the top where we're defining 5.1506 now. Campus. This is for delegates on the juniors. You've answered that already.
Yeah.
I had highlighted it in question, and you have covered that. So
it's very wordy, but it was get to that point of the The proposed or existing, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of this you have covered, so I'm filtering through where I had highlighted things with questions and making sure I still have a question. Utility connection, okay, primary goods. Comment here. And then on page 11, in the owner occupancy section, paragraph 10, does this apply to a junior ADU as well? Because we have different terms floating around. We have accessory dwelling unit. Is a accessory dwelling unit specifically not a JADU?
Correct. A JADU has a separate meaning to it, and so they have to be applying for that junior ADU. And with a junior ADU, we can require that owner occupancy now. So that's really related to the that owner occupancy is related to accessory dwelling units. Junior accessory dwelling units, we are allowed to do that deed restriction. I had mentioned, I didn't go into the details of what we can regulate. Let me see if I can pull that up. A JADU limits can be imposed. The 500 square foot maximum size, we can require them to record a deed restriction prohibiting separate sale. We can allow rental of only one of the units where there would be an owner occupancy requirement. And that's in the state regulations. I'm not, I think we have it in here in our regulation. I'm just pulling it up off the top of my head. It would take me a second to get there. This is under, so on page 13, under that subsection H, it says if a junior accessory dwelling unit is proposed, it complies with the requirements of the California Government Code section regarding JADUs. And then that's where it mentions that deed restriction, restriction of size and attributes. And then let's see. And so it's that it complies with the requirements of the government code section.
And again, a junior is basically wholly part of the main structure. It can't be detached.
Correct. Oh, and then number two, I'm sorry, under that subsection H, number 2, that's that requirement about the owner occupancy.
Okay, yep, I see it there now. Thank you. So I'm going to go back up to 11 real quick. Sprint, yeah, fire sprint. And we've got the sunset clause in there. I saw about the January 1st, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Unless that changes again.
Right.
Which it could, but. And cannot be sold or conveyed separately as of now. And I think there is state legislation that they're trying to do that, where you can sell and actually create a new APU for a property or an ADU.
And they allowed us, I believe it allowed us, if we wanted to, we could allow it. And
no, thank you. Page 12, paragraph 1D says, and dedicated for off-street parking, dedicated for non-exclusive use. What exactly does that mean there? Dedicated and non-exclusive to me kind of.
Non-exclusive use by the occupants of the, so if they had a visitor or somebody else, they could allow somebody else to park there. So you couldn't limit, they can't just limit it that.
And we had talked before that this opens up front setbacks to parking basically, which is, oh my God.
We have to allow that. But at least with this, we're allowed, you know, HCD did not.
Pretty soon, the second filming of the movie Deliverance could be in Redondo Beach. Required may have permeable all-weather service. We can't require it. Permeable all-weather service.
We can't require, as long as they have, you know, it's got to have some kind of, you know, typical pavement or designation. So it's not, it could be permeable, but, you know, there's permeable pavements, but I don't think that we can require more materials and such for the parking. Just requiring the parking alone is that, you know, that extension that we're able to do for coastal.
And then towards the bottom of that same page 12, in section C, I know you talked about it, but can you give just a brief overview of where are both allowed? A junior and an accessory, or I guess more than one accessory.
Yeah.
Other than the multifamily garage conversion thing, that one's a different nightmare.
Yeah, it's you can have a junior accessory, as we mentioned, is only allowed in the existing, you know,
within
proposed single family. The ADU, if somebody wanted to propose the ADU in that same structure, we can't limit that. That's you know, so it has to be allowed on the same lot. Then they'd have to have another single family. So if they wanted to say convert the I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, but if they wanted to convert the existing house to have a junior ADU and ADU, and then have build a single family house, you know, separate from that, we have to allow that. So before it was, if there's the ADU within the single family structure and a detached ADU, that would be allowed. But we have to, you know, you can allow like one each on the property under stream, but they have to meet the streamline requirements.
And does a junior require its own exterior independent access?
Yes.
It does. Okay, good.
The only thing it doesn't require is its own restroom. And that is a state law required, like, I mean, they can have their own restroom, but we can't require that it has its own restroom.
That's probably why they're okay, so we do have ADUs at least 4 feet from the side and rear, no greater than 800, no height greater than 16. And let's see, this one, accessory. Okay, top of page 14. Here we're talking about dwelling units and accessory structures. Now are we talking about accessory structures as they are currently codified? Not an ADU, because now we have junior ADUs, and we still have accessory structures. So would if they had an accessory structure,
accessory structures are required to be 5 feet from any other structure. We can't require that for a streamlined ADU. However, for building code purposes, typically there's a 5-foot setback, but they can do other protective measures that can reduce that distance between that accessory dwelling unit and another structure on the site. So that's why it says unless the structure otherwise meets the building code for fire rating. That had to put in that in the streamlined. In non-streamlined, we could put that 5-foot distance requirement in there and not, well, if you put all these other things in there and meet the fire rating, you can come closer.
Okay, so the term in this paragraph G, the term accessory structure truly does mean accessory structure.
Yes.
Okay, that was my key.
Because I think it's talking about the life safety building standards, the minimum distance between a dwelling unit, which an accessory dwelling unit would be, and an accessory structure. So that's accessory structure, meaning non-ADU.
Yeah, it was the first time I think I've seen the verbiage of just accessory structure where it wasn't anything about an ADU in particular. Just about done, I think. Yeah, it gets repeated again. Minimum distance between the dwelling unit and an accessory structure or between two accessory structures shall be 5. Now here, I'm on page 15, paragraph 4B. Is that different now?
Yeah, that's the non-streamlined. So we just went on
Okay, we moved into non-streamlined.
if you go to the bottom of page 14 where it says see standards for other accessory dwelling units, that's the non-streamlined.
Okay. And entrance separate, located, so it's not visible from so you put in not visible from a public street where feasible.
Yeah.
Was that only under the streamline where we couldn't say they couldn't have it face the public street?
We actually had this in there before because I didn't want to have a restriction where, there may be some unique circumstance. For example, if it's a corner lot or, we have some uniquely shaped lots that, some actually front and back on a street. So, it was just where feasible. Like we wanted to make sure that, that we're taking into consideration some of those unique circumstances.
Okay, and then going to the next page, at the top of page 16, it kind of continues that same thing. For accessory dwelling units attached to a single family primary, new entrances and exits are allowed on the side and rear of the structures only, but they still have to have the setbacks.
Yeah.
So you couldn't use part of a 5-foot setback and build a 3-foot stairway.
Right, they still have to have the setback. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that is where it says, side and rear only.
Uh-huh.
That's that non-streamlined. So remember this, when I gave that example earlier about it converting part of the existing structure to your junior ADU, and it might use the regular entrance, that was for streamlined.
Yeah, and then earlier you had alluded to that we didn't have parking requirements under the non-coastal zone, but we do, but they're just really, they don't have any teeth. I'm looking at her paragraph 8.
So that's in the inland ordinance. So we're in the coastal right now.
Yeah, I moved on to the inland. I'm sorry.
Got it.
I kept scrolling down in the agenda packet. I'm on page 11 of the inland now.
Okay, let me get to that. So with the parking, we talked about this, I believe, at the September meeting.
Yeah, it's not that we don't have it, but it just it ends up being
You can
nothing.
require it unless it has all of these other things. If it's and as I mentioned, the first one is the accessory dwelling unit is located within 1/2 mile walking distance of public transit, and per the definition of public transit, it's like a bus stop.
Yeah, that's like 90% of our city. I understand.
Right. I'd probably even say 97% of the city.
The one that kills me is where there is a car share vehicle located within 1 block. There's nothing permanent about a car share vehicle.
Right.
And I think that's all I had. Yeah, that's enough. And a lot of that, I apologize, was just clarifications. It wasn't on the changes that have been put into place, but
Well, that's fine. And here's our chance to have that conversation.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you. I will mute.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I had a question. One of the callers earlier talked about second floor or an ADU above a garage. After we adopt these, there's a limit for height. Could the applicant go through a variance process if they somehow thought their lot was unique and request some sort of ADU above a garage or something through a variance process?
Yeah, I think they probably could. They'd have to meet whatever the criteria is for variance.
Right. Okay, something unique about the lot or some.
Yeah, and the point being of you remember are other people afforded this, but this person isn't. So I think that would be something that we really want to have considered. But the application where we had the appeal and they pulled their appeal.
Mm-hmm.
That particular application, say that ordinances were in place and they wanted to do that. The interesting thing about theirs was they are an R2 lot. And they wanted to do the ADU rather than doing a second unit. So that might be an opportunity to look at that as a variance, so that because other people are afforded that second unit, but they wanted to do it under this regular. So it might be that might be an example of where a variance could, but it would really have to meet all of those criteria of the variance.
Okay, but something, if it did meet all those requirements, that's something that would come to the planning commission
Right.
For like other variances. Okay.
Correct.
One other question. I was scrolling along as Commissioner Schutzenberg was talking, and I have a question about the Coastal Commission certification of the ordinance. So can I ask you about in the same section where Commissioner Schutzenberg was looking on page 22 of the sorry, let me look at the top one I'm looking at. Looking at section 12, the publication and effective date. Page 198 of the packet, or page 22 of the ordinance.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to.
No problem.
Is this where there was the added language?
Yeah, added language about the Coastal Commission.
Yeah, I didn't address that because it was really just a technicality. This was more information for the city clerk because we didn't want to have the same issue come up that happened the last time. So we talked to the city clerk about having clarifying language that it is when it becomes effective, and that it has to have that Coastal Commission certification of the ordinance to be effective. So because we, like that section that was the second unit that we're like, we have to repeal it completely because that's technically what's certified, but what's codified, I mean, I know those are, it's a lot of lingo, but we just didn't want to have the concern that Coastal Commission hasn't considered it yet, and then our codifier puts it up on our municipal code.
Okay.
So we wanted to have that clarification. We're going to be adding this into any coastal ordinance, zoning ordinance changes going forward, just to give that clarification to the clerk's office and their consultant.
Okay, and just one comment is currently the new language is read as an and. So it says on the date that is 30 days after final passage and adoption, and the date on which California Coastal Commission certifies. But then it ends with whichever is later, and it's usually reserved for an or statement.
Well, both of those conditions have to be met. And this is just how the attorney drafted it. So I'm not going to try and propose something.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, thank you. And Director Forbes, I just want to commend you and your staff for such a thorough analysis and identifying those few levers that we have at our disposal, and identifying them and actually making it a little bit more restrictive. And unfortunately, we kind of have our hands tied in all this. I just had one, just a clarification. We were talking about the owner occupancy condition regarding a junior ADU, and it said you may be in the primary unit or in the JADU. Does that also, in the event you get the trifecta of the primary unit, the ADU, and the JADU, when you say primary unit, would that also apply to the ADU, or they have to actually be in the primary unit?
Well, let me find that language again. Let me see, where did I find that at? Hold
It
on.
was on page 15.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm on the right page 15. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Well, and the coastal one.
Right. That's the inland. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So it says, it was page 15. I don't know that it was under, hold on, let me.
Okay, I could be wrong.
It would have been wholly within, right?
Like page 13 of the Coastal Commission. Is the owner occupancy part?
There it is. Yes. Perfect. Thank you. I'm like, I know exactly where it was. I know it was on the page. This includes the requirement that either the primary unit or the junior accessory dwelling unit shall be occupied by the owner. So it's going to either have to be the primary unit or the junior ADU. The owner would not be allowed to instead occupy the ADU. If it's a trifecta that you're talking about.
Okay.
It have to be the junior or the primary.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we don't get any, state involvement nullifying things. So thank you so much for the clarification.
Sure.
And that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, kind of a follow-up to Commissioner Hensley's question about the Coastal Commission. When do we send it to the Coastal Commission? Do we need it to be approved by City Council or adopted, or at what point can it then go to the Coastal Commission?
We forward it when it's adopted. So we adopt a resolution just out of convenience. We adopt a resolution acknowledging that we're going to forward that to the Coastal Commission upon adoption at the time that we have the first reading. And so that just acknowledges that once it's adopted, that'll get forward to the Coastal Commission. But they are so well aware of the process of where we're at, so they know that something's coming. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily doing their full review of it, but we have to notify them and give them copies of the ordinance when it's when we do the public notice for introduction at City Council.
For first reading.
For first reading.
Okay, so it is possible that they could approve it before it's adopted and pass.
I don't know that they would until the City Council has adopted it. And I don't think that they agendize things quite so quickly.
Okay. Yeah, just curious about the overall process of that when it happens.
Right. But we'll send it off to them as soon as it's the signatures are on it once it's adopted.
From first reading?
No,
from
adoption. That's why it's that 30 days, or when Coastal Commission, Coastal Commission's not going to necessarily hear that in less than 30 days.
Okay.
But if for some reason we sent it to them, they could agendize it in 28 days they're certifying it. We wanted to make sure that it met both of the requirements of the 30 days and the Coastal Commission certification.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I know one of the callers had brought up, inserting some type of language or poison pill even, so that if the state laws and ADU suddenly all those requirements go away, ours could immediately become invalid. I would hazard a guess that HCD would frown upon us putting that type of language in there. Is realistically our best option if something like that happens is we just come back and go through this process again, but remove it. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I just wanted to clarify that for our caller. It's maybe that'll happen someday. The state doesn't seem to be headed in that direction, but we will certainly revisit it if the state gives us some more options.
Right.
Is there any other public comment or e-comments or anyone else waiting there?
Sorry. I can confirm there's no e-comments. And then, let's see, it looks like Holly Osborne would like to speak on this item. So let me unmute her.
This is Holly Osborne, District 5 again.
Holly, I apologize.
I set up my,
Holly? Yes. Sorry, the chair will have to administer the oath real quick, okay?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
I thank you. Please give us your thoughts.
Okay, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You've seen that. And I issued a challenge to my database to go around and find the ugliest ADUs and the grossest abuse of the regulations that they can and take pictures and then go take them to our representatives, Senator Allen and Al Muratsuchi, because I was on a Zoom call with, is it Veronica Tam or Victoria? I forgot. She was talking and she was saying sometimes the only way to get these things back is to go to the legislators and get them to undo some of their legislation. So we all need to be big pests at Senator Allen's office. Okay. And I think the way we can do that is take pictures of the some of the more egregious abuse of this ADU legislation that we can find. Are you sure you wanted an activist to speak? I'm done.
Thank you, Holly. And yeah, I would just second that sentiment. ADUs are not something that we at the city wanted and pushed or anything like that. This is something that's been decided at the state level. So if you're for it or against it, that is the appropriate place to take it to your representatives at the state level, because we're stuck just trying to implement it as best we can locally. So thank you, Holly. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, no, that's all the speakers and no other e-comments.
Excellent, thank you. Do any commissioners have any other questions or comments, or would anyone like to make a motion?
You should probably close the public hearing if we want to make a motion.
Oh, yep, sorry, good point. If there's no further questions or comments, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing. Commissioner Ung.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Topero to close the public hearing. There's my list. Got to say the names in the right order or I lose track. Commissioner Topero.
Yes.
Commissioner Godek.
Yes.
Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes.
And Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. Would anyone like to make a motion adopting a resolution by title only recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone consistent with state law with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA?
Yes, I'll make that motion. I mean, we're screwed. That's all there is to it.
That could be part of the motion too, yes. Is there a second?
I just hope that there's a city out there that's going to screw the hell out of the state for this. Oh my God. Painful. No second?
I'll second that.
I know it's not a popular motion, it's not a popular second, but we can't do anything about this. Is what's so ironic about it. And again, I want to commend staff for really scrubbing it as thoroughly as possible to try to, get this much off our back as possible so we can keep the ambiance and the nature of our neighborhoods. It's bad enough as Ms. Osborne has pointed out through the photos, and now to have this, it's just unconscionable. But anyway, we have a motion. We have a second. Chair, do your job. As painful as this is as a motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Topra, seconded by Commissioner Godek. Commissioner.
Painfully, yes.
Commissioner Strutzenberg. Sorry, did you have something to say, Commissioner Strutzenberg?
Yeah, this potentially, if you own property, doesn't this could financially benefit me because now I could build more on my property.
Mm-hmm. It's the greed aspect, this is what this whole condominization of Redondo has been based on greed, and this is feeding the greed monster. Yeah.
I think what Commissioner Strutzenberg's saying is, can any of us here actually vote on this without recusing ourselves because it could personally benefit anyone
We're prohibited from doing that, aren't we?
Wow! Oh, I love it.
Well, when it can benefit any of you and none of you have applications, you're okay.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Oh, good catch. Oh, that's a good dog.
So if it can benefit all of us, but none of us have.
And none of you have applications. If you had an application, I would say, yeah, you wouldn't have been a part of the conversation if you had an application. Sorry.
No, definitely a worthy point, but yeah, as this is statewide, I don't know how anyone could vote on it at that point. Not that should move it forward, but
well, and do bear in mind, under the state regulations right now, you have more benefit than and more options for an ADU than if you adopt this ordinance.
So we have a motion and a second. Would anyone like to make a substitute motion? Or should I go forward with roll call vote?
I just suggest that we do Chapter 5 and Chapter 2 all in once motion for both items.
Staff okay with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to adopt a resolution by title only recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones in the coastal zone, consistent with state law, with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA, and adopt a resolution by title only recommending that the City Council amend Title 10, Chapter 2 of the Municipal Code pertaining to accessory dwelling units in residential zones consistent with state law, with the finding that the amendments are statutorily exempt from CEQA. Commissioner Godek, I believe you seconded the motion. Are you okay with that? Friendly amendment, I guess.
We don't have much
all right,
choice.
then. Commissioner Topero.
Painfully, yes.
Regretfully, yes. Okay. Commissioner Godek. Also yes. Okay. Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes, and I also want to thank staff for making this painful subject less painful.
Yes, indeed.
Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yes, but under severe duress.
And I also will echo that sentiment. This is not something any of us wanted. This is something that's forced down our throat. But, under the situation, I vote yes. So the motion passes, and we at least have some restrictions on state ADU law. Not a lot, but the few we can get. And thank you so much to Brandy and staff for at least getting us that much. I know it's a heck of a fight with a constantly shifting landscape, but we really appreciate your efforts also in breaking it down so we can understand it.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to items continued from previous agendas. I don't believe we have any.
No.
So we are on to items for discussion prior to action. This is item L1, discussion regarding regulations related to outdoor living space and open space. Do we have a staff presentation, or do we just dive into our discussion?
We don't have a presentation. This is coming back from the discussion at last month's meeting. You had distributed to you all of the various comments, and then as well there were blue folder items that Commissioner Hensley had provided regarding this particular topic. So it's your item.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we're here, by the way, Chair, we are here with all the resources available and can pull up code sections as needed and just be available to support the discussion.
Thank you. Definitely appreciate that, because some guidance and feedback is always helpful.
And Chair, we do have then one speaker that would like to speak on this item as well.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to thank all the commissioners. You gave a lot of very detailed breakouts, a lot of good ideas, very thoughtful, getting that out there in advance. I think we did this for the Artesian Aviation Corridor Area Plan, and that seemed to work well then, and I really appreciate everyone doing it now. So I think that helps us out tremendously. Also, special thanks to Commissioner Hensley, that table you put together. I was working on something similar to try and make it easier, and you did it all for me. So that's fantastic. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. One thing I wanted to clarify, because my strike-throughs apparently were awful. The things I were pushing for actually was, for example, going from 300 feet to 350 square feet, and also going from 10 feet to 15 square feet. So I wasn't proposing shrinking it, just wanted to clarify that, but I really appreciate you putting that table together. That is very good.
I'm sorry if I misread. That's why I was trying to put it together.
Totally appreciate you doing that. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for correcting it.
But yeah, so in terms of the general way we can approach this, just to throw this out there as a suggestion, see what everyone thinks, is start with something a little more open-ended, and then really dive into the nitty-gritty. And with ACAP, we kind of went through each person's individual recommendations because it was so broad. I think really if people are comfortable using Commissioner Hensley's table as a starting point, we could kind of go through those, because those are very concrete definitions. And I think the more concrete we can make our recommendations to City Council, the more likely they are to be able to do something with it, because I know their agendas are packed. They have a lot on their plate. If we can give them a very concise, this is the existing municipal code, these are the changes we think should be made, I think that's easier for them to take action on than if we just say, broader themes. So I'm just curious to hear what others think about doing things that way. So at the end of this, we can give them basically, here's the municipal code we think should be updated for these sections. And ideally, the way I see this working is, I think there's other areas of municipal code that a lot of us have looked at that think could potentially be improved upon as well. So if we start with this piece, get that to City Council, they have interest in adopting that and moving forward with this, we can continue this process with potentially other areas of municipal code. So don't know what everyone thinks about that, but wanted to put that out there and hear your feedback. Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to apologize. I tried to make it clear last time that what I was proposing was to start this off with focusing just on outdoor living space and the residential areas. And outdoor living space and open space, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, those are two very different things under the code. And open space primarily comes into more commercial type things, and not necessarily, it applies, I believe, it can apply to mixed use, but not always.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's not just that, but I'm proposing, at least for tonight, that we kick this off to make it something we can work with, to just talk about outdoor living space, and as that pertains to the residential, in particular, the code section that I was looking at was the 10-2.1510, which talks about outdoor living space requirements in residential and mixed use. would apply to that also. But to focus on that, and we've got a lot of other things as Chair Elder talked about, the floor area ratio could be considered. We can come back to open space as it pertains to other aspects of development in our city. But more recently, what we've really faced is the outdoor living space as it applies to residential. And I'm proposing that we try to focus on that at least initially and get something put together for that part of things, and then certainly come back to the other areas of discussion and expand upon that. But for now, just to focus on outdoor living space requirements in residential and mixed use zones.
Thank you. And then I would agree with that sentiment. I think there's a lot of areas we want to dive into, but I think to stick to a narrow focus initially is helpful. And maybe staff can help us out with this. So what is the process for updating municipal code? What does that look like? How often does City Council really go through and update that? That might be useful for us to really understand, because that's what we're proposing. And if it's this monumental Herculean task, that's, or if it's something easy, understanding that process would be helpful.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've just in the course of the 2 years that I've been here, there have been multiple updates to the code, and it's really if it's something where they want to make that revision, then they'll say, let's put together an ordinance and have that go to Planning Commission. They'll give us the parameters of what they want in it. We'll put that ordinance together. It goes to the Planning Commission. Similar to what we just did, Planning Commission makes that recommendation for adoption, finding a CEQA exemption if it's an exemption, and then that recommendation goes back to City Council. They have a public hearing to introduce it, and then adopt. And then there's a little bit of delay in adopting the coastal because there's more notice period in that. So it's very similar to what we just did. It's just that was something that was kind of state was pushing us that we needed to change those ordinances versus something that's a desired change. But it's the same process.
Perfect. So do you think it's more useful for City Council for us to give them, here's the exact code we want at this point, or should we start a little more open-ended because they're going to kick it back to us anyway?
I would suggest that, you're the ones that are leading you see the applications, month after month. I would say recommend what you would like them to change it to, because they're not going to, otherwise they're just arbitrarily picking because they're not seeing the applications versus you're making that decision based on the concerns that have come up time and time again on applications. So I would be as precise in what you want to have them change so that they can just say, yes, go ahead and prepare this ordinance and send it to the Planning Commission.
Perfect. Thank you. So that was what I was hoping for as well. But just to clarify that for everyone. I think ideally at the end of this, our product to City Council should be strike through of the existing municipal code. And then if we have broader things, because I think there's other topics we want to cover too, we can continue with that. But, I think our best goal for tonight is to start off with something concrete like that, unless anyone else has a better idea or different idea. Yes, Commissioner Swetzenberg.
Yeah, one of the examples I would say recently that came through was the allowing dogs in certain parks, that the Recreation and Parks Commission had gotten together and put that together and sent off their recommendations to City Council. I think that the only difference here, Brandy, you pointed out, was that they would put something together and then it would first have to come back to us, even though we had first recommended it. We'd put it together, send it to them, they might change it, they'd send that back to us, and then we would review it and send it back to them again.
Yeah, so the reason why the ordinance has to come back to you versus an ordinance outside of land uses, this is zoning, and with zoning it has that requirement of the Planning Commission review, and so any other ordinance from a separate section of the municipal code doesn't have to go to that subcommittee for that review. So this has that requirement for Planning Commission review. You can make your recommendation, council can review that. If they have substantive changes that they want to make, they can go ahead and do that and not necessarily have to send it back to you. The reason why the ADU ordinance came back to you is it wasn't something that council wanted those substantive changes. It was HCD that wanted those substantive changes. They would just have to explain why they're making that change. When they're making the change, and then it just goes back for another first reading with the revisions. But it would come to you first. An example of this is the ADU ordinances from 1.5 years ago. The Planning Commission at the time had recommended a 2-story, allowing that 2-story ADU. And City Council reviewed it and said, you know what? There's a lot of concern about the privacy issue in people's rear yards. We're going to move that back down. And they made that change, and it didn't have to come back to Planning Commission.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this in the big picture. This is probably, I would say, minimum a year-long process. Because getting it on calendars and before the quickest we would ever see actual code going into effect, I would say, is at least a year.
I would say it depends. It depends on how City Council feels about it. If you're very precise in what you want to change, and they're like, yes, this makes sense, and we're on board, we can put that ordinance together very quickly because you've given us the distinct changes. Council has said, yes, we want to make these distinct changes. We can get that to the city attorney's office. Yeah, there's a few months involved, but by the time, you're seeing it might be, 5 months from now rather than 10 months from now. If there's that we know the precision of it. If it's kind of like, well, we're kind of interested in having these changes, and council's like, well, then Planning Commission, come up with an ordinance, then it's going to be taking well over a year, I think.
Okay, and for purposes tonight, this is not a public hearing, but we can still take public comment.
Correct.
Okay, and then our next step after this, could we come out of this tonight with a document ready to go to City Council, do you think? Or would we want to come back another time and have staff put something together to bring back to us?
I think if you come up with, these are the things that we want to recommend be changed in the ordinance, and you could make a motion to recommend those changes to City Council.
Oh, good. We can just take mine and recommend those then. Dan, I like what you said about leading us through Matt's table. I think that is a great kickoff to it. Just step down through the different sections, and do you want to have each person comment on what their own thing was for that section, or?
Yeah, I think you did a great job kind of capturing and distilling down all of our differences there. And we've got a few minor things beyond that as well. We do also have a member of the public, though. Do we want to hear from them first? Perfect.
We need to open that, or we don't need to open anything either?
And there's no audience out either, I assume?
No, not a public hearing. Yeah.
Say whatever you want.
There's not all that formality. So yeah, let me. Okay, let me see here. Okay, and then so the speaker is Lisa Stock. And Lisa, if you're there.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And honestly, I'm not sure about kind of the nitty-gritty of all the regulations that you're discussing, but I just kind of wanted to stress a bit more about what I mentioned before last month as well, in relating to open space, and that is that obviously open space affects all of our quality of life, and that's a really important consideration, especially when you're living in such a dense, tight environment. And so I kind of feel that open space is really precious and that we need to preserve it. And if you're looking at residential areas in particular, we already have such small bits of open space in our yards and in, parks that are in our neighborhoods. They're all very small, but they're all very precious to us because that's kind of the place we go to appreciate nature and just kind of, absorb the environment. And so I think it's important to preserve that. Of course, again, when you take out the trees, the animals are affected. When you tile over and cement over areas, the animals are affected. The environment is affected. The ocean is affected because we're near the ocean, and there's all sorts of runoff issues with water going into the ocean rather than being absorbed into the ground. When you limit open space, there's more noise because there's more structures. And so there's noise and sound that's bouncing off of things, and you basically have a noisier environment that you're forced to live in. And lastly, I just wanted to say that right now, and obviously this is not going to go on forever, let's pray that it does not, but with the pandemic, open space is super important because people need to be able to get out and go somewhere. And you want to be able to have that open area in which to do that. And so, it's important to have that open space. And with our consideration now, with our neighbor being practically on top of us, we have to go out into our yard with masks on now when they are entertaining people because we don't have that buffer zone of space between us. So these are just some considerations that I wanted to stress and hope that you will consider. And I thank you for letting me speak again.
Thank you. No, thank you for hanging in there with us and appreciate your feedback. Are there any other e-comments or members of the public?
Yeah, let me just refresh e-comment just in case. Sorry, bear with me. I have several screens going. Give me one moment.
I know exactly how you feel.
So, okay, no e-comments on this topic. And then, it looks like Holly Osborne would like to speak, though.
All right.
Let me unmute her.
You're on, Holly.
Okay, yeah, go, let's see. Okay, Holly, go ahead.
Okay, I think I talked on this topic at the city council, and I wasn't prepared to talk again, so I'll just summarize it for you. But there was a study, was in the New York Times about the difference in cities and of temperatures of parts of the city where there was lots of green space, and then the parts where there wasn't. And sometimes it was much as 5, 10, 15 degrees, okay? And in the summer, that is really hot. You pave over everything and you raise the temperature of your surroundings. And they were talking about the higher death rates in the summer when you're 96 degrees in one part of the city, but only 86 in the other. And I don't have it all organized here to tell you that now, but if you go back to this city council meeting, I had charts and everything, and it's just a significant issue. Now, purpose of this article, they were showing how in poorer areas where they didn't have advocates for trees and where cities sometimes ran roughshod over the neighbors to pave everything off because they wanted to put the streets there and stuff. There was a real division. I don't think we have that kind of division here based on, the different populations in the city. But the result was that they had a lot of cities to study where there were green spaces and where there weren't, and the differences in temperature. So we need trees. We need grass.
Great, thank you, Holly. And yeah, that heat island effect is definitely very real. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Elder. I just wanted to comment. When I put the table together, it was, I tried making, first I summarized kind of my comments, because reading through, 4 of us commissioners made, changes to the code, and they're really hard sometimes to read through and figure out what is the changes. So I summarized my own changes, and then when I saw everyone else made, or not everyone, but lots of people made their own changes, I tried to understand what exactly the difference is, and I apologize if I had any errors in my understanding in my summary table. And for Commissioner Caparo and Commissioner Godek, they had a different take on their feedback, and it was slightly different. So I didn't purposely omit them from the table, but it wasn't quite the same kind of feedback. So I want to just clarify that other commissioners had feedback as well that's not in the table. So make sure we don't miss that. And as for their comments, I did want to say I agreed with Commissioner Godek's comments that if we could encourage rooftop deck, I would be amenable to that. I think that's good for the city. And yeah, those are my kind of initial comments or kind of explanation of the table. So, and then to Commissioner Strutzenberg and Ung and Chair Elder if any of my information at my table is incorrect or I misunderstood your edit, so please correct it. So, thank you.
No, thank you. And again, thank you for putting that together because I was going to work on something similar and you saved me a lot of time and effort. So really appreciate that. Great stuff. Commissioner.
Is it, did you say my name? I couldn't hear it. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, it got cut off and then I wasn't sure. Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Ms. Osborne had mentioned. It's not just the heat. It has been shown to change climate patterns, this massive concrete in cities. So it's a lot more than just, you know, the thermal effect of trees and concrete. It changes weather patterns. So I just wanted to make that clear because I think makes this job even more important for us to try to keep our city as green as possible.
Yep, I completely agree. And that's why I think, you know, outside of this conversation, things like a tree preservation ordinance and topics like that would be good for us to consider in the future. But just trying to take bite-sized pieces to start with. Commissioner Ung.
Yeah, you know, as I was kind of going through the open space, portion here, I was kind of frustrated. I felt like I was, squeezing, a balloon where, I'm thinking, okay, we can work on increasing the open space, but then, I kept thinking, it's the floor area ratio is in tandem because what happens is if we come up with numbers or formulas that will encourage more open space, but we don't do anything to to restrict the size of the actual building, we get, Ms. Osborne kind of showed a picture of the big, the shipping containers where you start getting these big boxes because that's the only way you can, if you're gonna increase the amount of open space, the only way you can quote unquote get the square footage, which is desirable by the developers, is to make big giant boxes. And I think there've been suggestions about looking at floor area ratios. I think they kind of go in tandem because if you only address one area, you've got something else that, you can't really, control. But if you can control, all the various, the variables, then you might be able to get something that at the end, induces or maybe forces folks to build the right things. So that was just kind of my frustration as I was going through it was, I just, addressing open space by itself, wasn't really giving me a good feeling because I just know that the building is gonna become a big square. That was it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would agree that's the trend anyway, because developers, as they deal with energy efficiency standards and ways of maximizing revenue, that's the direction they're heading. But Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Yeah, Commissioner, were you looking to talk about open space as well tonight, or are you actually talking about outdoor living space?
Let's see, outdoor living space, but I think if we were going to be proposing something, it might, we might want to look at a more holistic solution. Maybe maybe I was restricting myself, you know, in terms of what I was looking at. But I want to make, because you know, when I see things like, you know, the examples of the R1As, I mean, you can still say, okay, we'll let, you know, they need to have, you know, this much outdoor living space, but now they're still going to build as big of a box, you know, with, you know, such that they can meet that minimum amount. And I'm just trying to figure out how we come to some holistic solution that kind of.
Okay, so yeah, what I want to clarify is, were you wanting to talk about open space? But I don't, Sean, do we have anything with open space for residential? I don't believe we do.
No, we don't. The usable public open space, Commissioner Schwarzenberg, that's that different category that is not the outdoor living space that we're looking at in the residential zones.
Yeah. And if I spoke, if I referred to it as public space, I apologize. I misspoke. I am referring to the outdoor living space associated with residential.
Yeah, and I think you're right on with what you're talking about, that we definitely, I don't know about necessarily having to do floor area ratio in conjunction, because from my understanding for residential, mixed use does have a floor area ratio, but any other residential other than R1, I don't believe does. Is that correct, staff?
That's correct.
And that may be for good reason, because I think it's going to be tough to find a one-size-fits-all floor area ratio for the variety of residentials. I think we could come back to that, but I would offer Commissioner Young, when I looked at this, I looked at it kind of holistically as well, but when we put additional outdoor living space into the potential building area that they have, because you've got setbacks that are going to be there anyway. And what builders are doing now is they're building right out to the maximum height and setbacks that they can. And as you say, putting in the biggest box possible. What I'm looking to do is, I'm going to word it in a way that it would enhance the quality of that box by making a bigger part of it outdoor living space, because and the first one we have that shows up is 300 feet as a minimum applicable. And Chair Elder had come back with potentially 350. You had proposed just to keep it at 300, Commissioner Ong, and I believe Commissioner Hensley, keep it at 300, but reduce it actually for R1 and R1A, and you can justify that. But I would propose that 300 as a minimum is fine, but we tie it to the overall square footage of the structure. Because if somebody builds a 1,500 foot structure, it used to be a house. It's really not anymore. And 300 square feet of outdoor living space requirement for a 1,500 square foot house seems to be very reasonable. For a 4,000 or 5,000 square foot house, which we see around here, a 300 foot minimum just doesn't seem to fit the bill anymore. And Sean, correct me if I'm wrong there, that is still the minimum, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm pulling up that section. I think you're talking about the R3.
Well,
the multifamily is 400, but then as you increase density in the zoning designations,
right,
the minimums do go down.
But yeah, in the code I was looking at, R1, R1A, R2, R3, and R3A and RMD all fall under the category that has the 300 square foot minimum.
The 350 starts at R3. R2 is actually a 400 square foot minimum. And let's see, RMD.
Which section of the code are you looking at? I missed that.
I'm in the development standards for the specific. You're looking at the
focused on the 10-.1550.
Correct. But there's also the development standard minimum per the zone. And
If
that,
I may, Commissioner Schutzenberg.
Mhm.
If you look at in the blue folder item of the table of my comments,
Yes?
yeah, do you have that there?
yeah, do you see, if you can pull that up, if you look at the top half of that, my table, so my table comparing the different zones, not the feedback. Okay, so like the fourth row down is 10-2.503 through 516.
Right.
Those are all minimum requirements of basically outdoor space provided in a setback.
But
in separate,
not outdoor living space.
not outdoor living space, but it's
No.
land you can't build on for your structure.
No, those
For
actually,
example,
the outdoor.
yeah, and I apologize, it's a little. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, those actually are if you look at the reference table
Okay.
that Commissioner Hensley had in the blue folder item, not the summary one.
Yeah.
His table, if you look at the sections, the 10-2.503 through 10-2.516, those are the actual development standards for the different for the different zoning categories, R2, R3, R3A, and then you can carry on over RMD, RMH, or RH. Those are the development standards for the zoning categories. Then you have the 10-2.510, which is the overall standards for how we come up with the outdoor living space. The bonuses, where they have to be located, all those details.
Is it 510 or 15?
It's actually 1510.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure I hadn't missed
Yeah.
that too. Okay.
That's my mistake. Yeah, Commissioner Strassenberg, maybe I'll give an example. This is how I think of it. Because my current house is a R1A lot. And it's a 2,500 square foot lot, and they have front and rear setback requirements of, roughly 15 feet. And basically gives you a driveway in the front and basically a yard in the back. In addition to those requirements, which you have a 300-foot outdoor living space, which is made up in the rear setback, and you could have a patio or a balcony or something else. So I don't want to say double count, but it almost overlaps for R1 and R1A.
Yeah, specifically what it's saying is in the actual zoning designation, it says you've got to have at least, let's say for the R2, it's actually, I think it's 400 square feet of or living space. The 10-2.1510 says at least 300 has to be in one place. You still have to have more outdoor living space, but one location on that property has to at least account for 300 square feet. So providing a primary location for outdoor living space, but you still have more outdoor living space you have to provide, depending on which zone you're in. Does that make sense?
It's confusing to get your head around.
Yeah.
What was confusing to me was the bonus formulas. It almost seemed like if you played your cards right, the 300 could actually be 150. If it got doubled. So really, it's not really 300. It's just,
Yeah. No, that's very true. The language says, with bonuses, a minimum of 300. So you could have that scenario. And
Sean, I see now where it specifically does says one area.
Yes.
And I missed that. I apologize for that. I was looking at that as being the total minimum. I will go back. So in the big picture, though, I would see still tying the outdoor living space to be a percentage of the overall structure in the big picture. And I think that's reasonable. So however that needs to be worded and put in, that's the overall goal that I was trying to get to. That the minimum should not be a one-size-fits-all minimum.
If I may, Commissioner Schulzenberg, one concern I have with that direction, and even with Commissioner Taparo's feedback as well, where a lot of other municipalities have a 25% of the lot must be outdoor space, or they have a 1,250 square feet must be outdoor space. You can do that when you have huge lots, but my fear is that you're going to get an R2 development with 5 units on it, and they're going to stuff it's the whole structure on the lot. It's not each of the 5 individual homes, and you're going to get some big lot yard either in the front or in the back, and it's going to be 20% of the whole structure, but it's not going to be yard for each house.
I believe the code does provide that each one has to have a certain amount.
Yeah, you could write it that way, but just that's my fear of going that route, to say of your 10,000 foot lot, 1,250 of it have to be outdoor space. It seems a little difficult to me to parse that out to each unit, rather than just saying each unit has to provide so much outdoor space. And I would rather have it be each home has a yard, rather than big space per total lot. So that's my concern with that.
And that's appreciated. And I think the code does go into that it does need to be per each unit. It's not like you can just have one common area and apply it to all. There are certain things you can do with that.
John, correct me if I'm wrong, but the 300 feet of outdoor living space is per unit, but the total 450 for R2 is for the whole lot, isn't it?
No, those are per unit. Those are per unit, depending on the type of element. So for R2, if you're, see if I can scroll move this over here. So for R2, a single family dwelling on an R2 lot, it's 800 square feet. So it's driven by the type of unit. Condominiums, each condominium is required to have 450 square feet. It's 450 per dwelling unit.
Okay. Yeah.
And then if they're multiple family dwellings, not condominiums like apartments, they're required to have 400 square feet per dwelling unit.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah, I might be more amenable to something like that. Understood.
Okay, and then maybe we should skip to the first one that we probably are all going to agree upon, and that's either reduction or elimination of the bonuses. Maybe that's an easier one to address and get kicked off.
So just to take a quick step back, though, I know Commissioner Ung's concern was that this isn't a holistic solution and that we're kind of piecemealing it. And while I do agree that a more holistic approach to the issue of, as they've been delicately referred to, FQMs, we do have to, a holistic approach is good. I think for us to try and really do that ourselves, though, without direction from council and without, you probably need additional consultants and things like that, and we're in the middle of a general plan update. So I personally agree with, yes, a holistic approach would be better. I think for us to go through all of the municipal code and the development standards and everything else and try and do that would be a daunting task, particularly without council direction. But, I think attacking this from an outdoor living space perspective, I think that can have a lot of significant benefits. Even if it's not perfect, it's good enough to make a positive impact. But Commissioner Ung, are you comfortable with that, or what were your thoughts there?
Sometimes, we need baby steps. So if we attack it and at least, as I said, at least we're squeezing part of the balloon, if the consensus of the commission is to find one area that looks like it can be amended, to a positive outcome, I'm all for it.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's not ideal, but it's trying to, eating it one bite at a time. Commissioner Taparo?
Yes. So, you know, we're getting squeezed now with the state mandate with the ADUs. And one thing I noticed looking at other cities, I couldn't find bonuses. And I think if we're gonna get anything, we should get rid of the bonuses, because that will at least counteract all the ADU invasion that we're going to get. So I say that we, especially in light of the ADUs, that we just get rid of any bonuses, because I think it's just a little pawn game in how smart you can, you know, fleece the sheep. And it's an opportunity, you know, it's like trying to play games on your taxes kind of thing. So I'm totally not for it. So my 2 cents on that. I think that's very clear cut and easy thing that we can accomplish.
Yeah, I think that's where we've seen abuse in the past. So I think there is general consensus there. Commissioner Ung.
Oh, was I? Well, I wasn't intending to speak, but I will.
Your hand was up. You don't have to speak if you don't want to.
No,
jump into the recommendations otherwise and kind of go through them.
These commission meetings outlast my AirPods, so had to do a little equipment adjustment. But yeah, you know, because one of the things that I was thinking, I was in agreement that the bonus densities, or excuse me, the density bonuses were kind of, you know, you could play games with it. And, you know, if we want 300 feet, you know, we should have 300 feet. But also recognizing that there could be, you know, needs, you know, for balconies and other types of outdoor living space uses. And instead of giving bonuses, just give decrements. You can have those smaller things, smaller areas, but you know, and I had, instead of 200%, 150%, and 100%, I just said, well, the good stuff is 100%, and then 75 and 50. So we're actually decrementing and just making it less desirable, but not discounting it, you know, to zero. So that was the primary reason why I left the base number the same, because by getting rid of the bonuses and making them decrement, you're actually increasing the net effect.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, no, I think there's some general consensus there. So maybe I'll just run through the matrix in the code and see where we can come to consensus on these, and if that works for everyone. One of the first things that I thought would be good is we right now have different definitions for coastal versus non-coastal. And the only difference that I saw was that definition or the requirement, or not even requirement, is a recommendation for porous pavement or other similar water quality best management practices shall be encouraged. I didn't see a reason why we should have different definitions for our outdoor living space for coastal versus non-coastal. So I would just suggest synchronizing both of those. Does anyone have any objection to that? Basically, whatever we come up with tonight would apply to both regions. Okay.
Gerald, there's confirmation. Does that have any reason why that's in the coastal zone versus not in the inland part? Or any reason they could see that we would need a difference? Otherwise, if not, I'm okay with it.
No, not really. I mean, in the coastal zone, though, however, we do require more water, water quality management. There are more water quality management requirements, but that's not to say those shouldn't be citywide. So.
Great, thank you.
So going through the matrix then, so probably the first thing to talk about is the proposed minimum size. So Commissioner Stretzenberg had mentioned, 300 square feet or 20% of the overall structure. I do think tying it to a percentage of the structure makes sense. I also understand Commissioner Hensley's challenge with some of these lots are very small and things like that. So, potentially changing it for those other zones makes sense to me too. But what's everyone's thoughts? And then also just to clarify again, thank you again, Commissioner Hensley, for putting this table together. Just want to make sure everyone knows I was not proposing 50 feet. I was 350, but also it's a sliding scale too. So for me, you could propose 600 square feet and keep the bonuses, or you could propose 300 feet and tweak the bonuses. So as I went through these, I tried to keep that in mind. So if we kept the bonus system the same, I wanted a larger minimum size of more than 300 square feet. But if we tweak these bonuses, which I think everyone agrees we should do, then 300 feet could be fine. So what's everyone's feel on the lot size? Do we like Commissioner Hensley had those suggestions for the R1s and the R1As? Do we want to include a percentage of the overall structure? What's the I guess as just a show of hands, what's the consensus who want to potentially do a percentage of the overall structure size?
And I would just clarify that it wouldn't be for the one private patio, balcony, or deck, but somehow tying that to the total outdoor living space.
I think it sounds good, but it is, the concept, and I love the concept, but I probably need to run a few scenarios to understand whether 20% or 15%. You start looking at standard size lots, and and you come up with a percentage, and you find out that's really not reasonable, or we didn't go far enough. So the concept I like. I'm not exactly sure what that number is at this point, just because I haven't been able to digest it.
And that's a challenge I have with this too. I'm not an architect, so trying to visualize the impacts of these is difficult. So I think feedback from staff is important. I guess one question I have is, so we come up with very concrete plans, we kick it over to City Council, they end up throwing it back to us. What kind of, assuming all that happened, where in there could we actually see what impact this would have on developments and things like that? Because it's, as someone who's not an expert in architecture and the layouts for this, we could have these great ideas in our head, but when you put them down on paper, maybe those don't work out. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but these could have far-reaching consequences.
Changes like this that have a direct impact on how these structures are designed and the architecture is developed, it's not uncommon to pull a group of these professionals into a workshop forum and run this stuff through and get some real practical input from the development community. Now that just can be weighed in, that just then becomes more information for the commission to look at. But generally, there was something we did right when I first came to the city, where we pulled a number of developers in to flesh ideas out with them about the impacts of some considerations. I can't recall exactly what they were, but they are stakeholders. And through the public hearing process, I can guarantee they will be part of that process. When we notice this, we're going to get probably a number of designers that are going to probably present and have input on the details of what the commission and the council wants to bring forward. So, they'll come through the public hearing process. We'll hear from them, I'm sure. We could also, have that kind of a working workshop opportunity for that group of stakeholders. We could do it a couple of ways. Certainly through the public hearing process, but again, we could seek it directly in the interim. Let's say after we get from council and before we come back with something formal to process, we might touch bases with the development community. And then again, of course, they would be invited to the process. So we don't know, staff, we don't know what the actual impacts would be. It would be good to hear from them. And I'm sure we will.
I would count on that.
It's like asking my kids whether they prefer candy or broccoli.
And again, they're just part of the conversation, and they are stakeholders. They'll be impacted. But it's the will of the commission and the council.
Yeah, and I think it's not about asking them if they want it or not.
Yeah.
More about there might be something we're not thinking of or not seeing that they design around or recognize our limitations on the sites.
And they might be able to help come up with what the result of what it is we're contemplating, how that actually plays out in the design. So just for sake of argument, if there's been some comments from the commissioners about, putting it on the ground, this is open space that should be on a yard. Well, then does that mean we're not going to see balconies anymore? And we're going to get designs that there might be some consequences of trying to push it in one direction, and then we don't get that relief from the balconies and some other articulations that we get now. So it would be interesting to see how they would take the proposed changes and actually design to those.
Yeah, and I had proposed that you can partially overlap required outdoor living space with absolutely required setbacks, but not fully. Because I think that's kind of double dipping, and I know Matt sees a little bit differently from where he's at, but if we, I understand what you're saying. That's a great point, Sean, that we don't want to see balconies just disappear. We don't want to see that differences in setback and so forth at the elevation, various elevations of the house. I think that, but I don't think that would go away if we craft it correctly. That, look, you got to put some more outdoor living space, and no, we don't want it all in balconies. No, we definitely don't want it all in a rooftop, because that in itself is a good thing, but it's not. Everybody wants to put a rooftop deck on. That's an easy sell. It's to find other things that will essentially cut back on some of the massive structures we're seeing.
Commissioner Topero.
Yes, I just wanted to mention this idea of having the developers as the stakeholders. To me, that's the worst possible scenario, because they're going to ramp it and going to try to convince it. They're going to try to get that blood out of the stone one way or it's going to be the golden opportunity for them. So I don't think they are the stakeholders. I mean, the residents are the stakeholders. We do have to call in professionals, and I would recommend, rather than developers, that we call in architects who have, some pedigree as to their aesthetics and their understanding of open space, to see where our blind spots are. I know that reviewing other cities' documents was very eye-opening, because they have some amazing guidelines for ensuring that there's just things to consider, for your neighbor, what you shouldn't, the recommendations of shoulds and shouldn'ts as courtesy to your neighbors. I thought that was just like, oh my God, what a beautiful thing that is, to even at least put it out there for you to consider, because, you might not think of these small details, which make a lot of difference in terms of the quality and the aesthetics and the livability of the space. So anyway, so that was my concern about that, is that, you're giving the criminal the gun here when you're calling the developers the stakeholders, man. And then the other thing I want to mention, because the topic of rooftop has come up a couple of times, and you know, the rooftop is open space. It's definitely not green space, because unless the building is not going to get termited, if you put plants on your roof deck, you're going to have a bitch of a job trying to get your rooftop termited with all the pots and whatever you're growing up there. So I think we have to be somewhat cautious when we talk about rooftops. It is just more concrete or, you know, asphalt surface. So I just wanted to put that comment in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ung.
Is my hand raised?
Yeah, sorry.
I will lower it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For me, from tonight, what I'd like to see is if we, whatever consensus we can come to, is to give request staff to kind of draft up from the ordinance according to our whatever changes we want to see, and then we could talk about that at a future meeting and kind of agree to an ordinance. And then I would like to send the ordinance to the City Council for them to review something concrete. And then after that, I am in favor of getting some sort of feedback, because we're not designers. We just know what we see, and we're immediately repulsed by a lot of things. So, you know, that's what I would like to see from tonight. I do agree with the comments about the eliminating the bonuses. I think, you know, whatever square footage we want should just be the set. And the other big thing I want to see in what I proposed in my changes was that, you know, R1 with its setbacks and sizes is different than an R3 where you have, you know, 4 or 5 units on a lot. So I don't think that whatever we come up with should be the same between something that has a lot of setbacks like an R1 and something that obviously doesn't, like an R3. So, and again, I'm not always thinking about like the 3 units on a lot. I'm always thinking of, you know, when you get bigger lots with more units. So anyway, those are my main things. Is I want to see some separation between the types of zoning that I don't think what applies to a you know, high rise should apply to an R1. So that's it. Thank you.
I just wanted to point out, and I brought this up at the last meeting. So we're not going to prepare the ordinance unless that's a direction from the City Council. But what we'll do is we can take whatever your recommendation is to City Council. If they choose that they want to move forward with those changes, and they do that direction to staff, then we'll prepare that ordinance. And
I see. Okay, thanks for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so Commissioner Hensley, then are you proposing that we come up with something we think makes sense tonight, and then have staff work on it, so that at our next meeting, then we could, you know, get their feedback on what they think the changes might be? Or would you prefer to have this go to City Council and see if they're interested first, and then have it come back?
Well, it sounds like from Brandy that we're not going to get ordinances back, so we're going to have to come up with just recommendations as concrete as possible. I thought we'd be able to get an ordinance to take a look at, but or a commissioner could make the edits, and 4 of us did anyway. You know, so yeah, maybe that's a better way, is whatever we can kind of coalesce around and decide on. Maybe just one of the commissioners changes, you know, edits the ordinance and brings it back to talk about it at a future meeting, so we could see what we actually wrote and what we agreed on. So.
Just as a general show of hands, we don't have to decide this right now. Who wants to try and get this to council as quickly as possible and give them something concrete tonight? And then who would like to work on this tonight and then have some time to digest it and come back and review it before we send it to council? Okay, so sensing some consensus there, so that's good. So yeah, that gives us tonight to kind of kick ideas around, and then we can go back, do additional research. Maybe staff can give us some ideas too, based on what they've heard from tonight, of things we're thinking about at least. And so that we can continue the discussion essentially. So not any of the discussion right now, but that way we at least know what direction we're headed in. Perfect. Commissioner Stutzenberg.
Yeah, thanks. I think this has been a great chance for us to, that first time of coming together, we're not expecting to all be on the same page, and some of us were even in slightly different books, and that's fine. this gives us a chance to go through a few things, I think, and I think we can come to some consensus and kind of get a feel, such as the bonuses. I think we could kind of hash that out and get a groundswell on that. And if there's maybe one or two other general topics like that we wanted to discuss far enough to kind of come to a consensus. And honestly, I think I've got a lot more homework to do. Matt really opened my eyes to some other things, and staff has shown me some things that I didn't consider and I need to go back and look at. So I definitely wouldn't have the expectation of sending anything to council after tonight. I don't think that would be prudent, but to get us focused and thinking, how are we going to come together on this? Let's find a few topics that we can address, such as the bonus aspect, and maybe come to a consensus on that and one or two other things. And then our homework for the next session would be to expand out and what are the other areas we still need to look at and consider around this subject of outdoor living space for the residential. And I still think keep it focused to that initially. So with that, I mean, the calculation, the bonuses I had put down to just strike them. Wayne, you even went so far as to call it a decrement. I'm not against that. Open up thoughts on those. Let's look at the items number, I think it's 2 and 3 under the calculating, and the bonus items were numbers 2 and 3 in the code. So maybe open it up with who else has comments on that. Would we just strike it? Would we actually make it a decrement? Would we?
I would like to take the bonuses completely out, especially in light of this ADU stuff coming down the line. I think that is one of the most straightforward things we can do is just to eliminate them. And looking at the other cities, they don't have bonuses, you know?
Would you take the decrement away though, or just the bonus? So right now, for example, some things count as 50%, some things count as 15%. So there's actually a penalty for them essentially. Would you take the penalties away or just the bonus?
I would not take away the penalty.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to just get rid of it all.
Well, that was kind of
Like you were saying, right? Yeah, it's just to get rid of all of it.
Yeah. Well, mine wasn't to get rid of it. It was to decrement it. Not to say, because if you got rid of it, then you're saying a balcony is 100%. The ground, the floor, the dirt is 100%. What I was suggesting is that a tiny balcony is 50%, a medium-sized one is 75%, and if you got a big, area, let's say, that's on the second floor, but it's really large, it would count 100%. The same as the ground.
Everybody's going to make rooftops then to do.
No, rooftops was special. That one
it was special.
is currently at 15%. So that one is a super decrement.
Yeah. Okay.
So Wayne, just to clarify what you're proposing, let's say it's a 10 by 10, it's 100 square foot. You wouldn't count it as 100. You would count it at, for example, 75 square feet.
Yes.
So the reason I actually went the other way with the larger size decks, and the reason I do is because I've got a larger deck and I really do love it and I use the heck out of it. I don't know if we necessarily need to bonus them, but those little ridiculous vanity decks, I think we're all hopefully in agreement that those should be penalized. Those shouldn't be 100% because nobody uses them. They're for decoration.
Right. The size that was used, it currently uses 10 by 15. So if it was 10 by 15, it would count
100%.
like a large piece of dirt. But the 10 by 10 would have been in that middle category.
And there's many ways of reticulating architecturally without these stupid balconies. You don't need a balcony to reticulate the face of a building or whatever.
I think they're easy is why they do it, but yeah, they get the bonus too, or some percentage of it. So then for a 5 by 10 balcony, it's currently at 50% of the square footage. Is everyone comfortable with leaving that as is? Anyone want
That was Commissioner Ung's suggestion, right?
what? So I think
Yes.
Okay. I think
and then again, we also have decrements. For example, private balconies not located immediately adjacent to either a kitchen, dining room, living room, or similar
Yeah.
communal area shall be counted at 50% of the actual area. And I think Commissioner Hensley, you might have had some modifications to that language. Did you want to?
Yeah, because my thought is, balconies off of bedrooms, they're okay. I don't think they really count for living space, but or open, not like family, open space. But I don't think there's anything wrong with them. But if you're going to decrement it because it's not off a living space, and you're decrement it because it's 5 by 10 or even 5 by 15, you're only going to get 10 square feet for a 50 square foot balcony. That I don't have a problem with balconies if they're in addition to a yard or in addition to something else. But I just really dislike the appendage balconies. That was the only outdoor space provided. So, yeah, I guess I'm open to the decrement, and let's kind of see what it looks like, and we could always modify it later.
Hey, Dan,
We're not coming up with full language tonight. This is just seeing where.
Yeah.
the 5 by 10, I think it counts at 100% as long as it is immediately adjacent to a kitchen, dining, or living room. Is that correct, Sean? I think it goes to 50% if it's not adjacent to one of those. Okay, so that minimum of 5 by 10 is 100%, and it has to have open sky of 50%. I don't mind that at all. And so we would be counting that at 100%. Wayne, would you propose to knock that down?
Oh, well, let's see. If it was the tiny balcony, then it's at 50%, and I'll call it the medium-sized one was at 75. But if any of those balconies weren't next to the communal area, it would have just counted it as 50. Was the way that I was thinking it to be.
You wouldn't double penalize it, would you?
No, you would just count it as if it were a small balcony.
Yeah, the code does.
What you're trying to do is incentivize it being in a common area.
A usable place.
Yeah. So all you're saying is, well, you can make it bigger, but if you're going to put it somewhere else, it counts the same 50% as if it were a little balcony on a bedroom.
I believe the code reads that way now.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe it does. So it's not impacting that. It's just not giving the bonus.
Agreed. So a 5 by 10 though would still count if it were adjacent to a kitchen, dining, or living room. It would still count at 100%. Are you okay with that?
Let's see, if that's what
that's the way it is now.
Yeah. I was proposing it to stay 50 because it's a 5 by 10 is a nothing burger in my opinion.
I think what and I don't want to speak for you, Commissioner Ung, but I'm just looking at what you had proposed, and you were actually saying that 5 by 10, regardless of whether it's kitchen, dining room, living room, is 50% credit.
Yep.
By 10 is 75% credit, but if it's not off of a kitchen, dining, living room, then it goes down to 50%.
That is correct.
Similar,
I'm good with that.
10 by 15 or larger is at 100% credit, but if it's not off a kitchen, dining, living room, it goes down to 50%.
It's 50%, which incentivizes proper placement.
Mm-hmm.
And it also incentivizes as large of a living, a large of a area instead of little tiny ones.
Yeah.
So let me ask a clarifying question. Thank you, Director Forbes, for clarifying that. Sometimes summary tables are not good at nuance. One question I have is, okay, so if you have a 10 by 15, patio, that gives you 150 square feet. But if your minimum is 300, we're going to have two 15 by 10 patios, and that's outdoor space.
Or some other combination.
Or some other combination, but, you know, is that what we want?
Only if both of those are going to be off a kitchen and living room.
Yeah, but okay, one's off
Two
the kitchen
kitchens.
and the other one's off the living room, for example, at either end of a house or, you know, a condo or something. So again, I'm thinking R2, R3 condos, not at the moment, not R1 houses, but, you know, let's say a developer does that, right? 300 square feet, okay, that's fine. 10 by 15 is 100%, that's fine. You're going to end up with two 10 by 15 patios off a living space that we designate. And
Well,
is
currently,
that what we want?
Well, currently they only have to put one.
Yeah, and then they get the double, all right, the double credit. So I don't, you know, it's bigger, but are we still going to end up with, are we going to end up with bigger versions of what we have now, which is what I don't personally like, which is appendages off the side of a building, over a parking, you know, 10 feet from the next condo, you know, unit. Like, I worry that we've gotten bigger, but I don't know if we've gotten any better in that scenario.
I think some of this comes back to that workshop, and I know developers, you know, in my mind, there's good developers and bad developers, and you just have to understand that they are there to make money, and some will do it the right way, some will do it the quick way. So I think getting some of that feedback will help, just keeping in mind what their motivations are and where they're coming from too, because there may be some good ways, and it may not be, you know, architects or other people I think would be even better to give us that guidance. But I think people understand what we're going for. I think we're all on the same page of what we want to do. We're just trying to figure out the best way to get there. So that's where I think people who do designs for a living might be able to help us figure out, you know, to your point, do we just create a new monster instead of solving the problem? Hopefully that's not what we're doing, but you know, we're going to have multiple hearings on this, assuming it goes forward and city council's interested. So we'll have some time to flesh this out at least. But yeah, I share the concern of we're tweaking a lot of knobs here potentially to try and solve something. What does that look like at the end though? Did we just create a different type of pork? You know, this sausage could be just as bad as what we started with. But I think the bonuses are a good place to start. You know, because those are what we see.
Yeah, I agree with the bonus. I'm just as we talk through this and figure out, okay, what are we left with? You know, that I'm trying to think of what would meet whatever we're kind of coalescing around, and is that what we really want?
Point of clarification, Commissioner Hensley.
Sure.
We still you know, have all these on the books, but we have the one requirement for at least 300 square feet being in one location. So that where you have the two, where you've broken it into two, that would preclude that from occurring. That standard.
So would it make any sense then to have a 10 by 15, 100%? If it has to be 300 square feet, it has to be bigger than that. If it's got to be in one place, right? It doesn't make any sense to say 100% is 10 by 15. If it has to be all contiguous, then it's got to make up 300 square feet with no bonuses or anything, right?
That's true.
It made sense together.
You would need a dimension to be consistent with the 300 square feet if we're going
to
not have any bonuses and we're going to require a 300 foot in one location.
Yeah. That 200% bonus made the 10 by 15 match up with the 300.
Yeah, agreed. So maybe we change it so 300 feet doesn't have to be contiguous. If we give it a size, 10 by 15 is sufficient. You know, maybe it doesn't have to be contiguous, because I don't have a problem if there's a balcony off the living room and there's a small balcony off the bedroom, and I don't have an issue with 2 balconies, but I don't want 6 balconies trying to add up to make the square footage. So,
well, on a 6-bedroom house, that might work.
Yeah, it's tough. It's not easy.
So going back to where we left off, Wayne, were you still of a mindset that a 5 by 10 would be at 50% period, no matter what?
that would be effectively what it would indicate because of the other 50% rule.
And then a 7 by 10 instead of a 150% bonus would be, call it a decrement, down to 75% of that total, unless it were not adjacent to the living room, kitchen, or dining, at which point it would default to 50% instead. So it's either 75% or 50% for that one.
Yep.
And for the 10 by 15, what was no? Just count that as either 100% or 50% if it's not adjacent.
Yep. That was what I had written down for discussion.
So it is essentially just taking away those two lines about bonuses. We'd have to morph those, I guess, to be a decrement instead of a bonus.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's really, it's also the perception. You're not getting a bonus. You're getting penalized for chopping up the space.
For making it smaller.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I really like that.
And Dan, I think you're right with taking this to other people, but we got to take something to them.
Yes.
You guys got to provide something for them to throw darts at.
Yeah, you don't want to give them everything and say, what would you recommend? Yeah, no, totally agree. So is everyone comfortable with the 5 by 10 deck being 50% no matter what, a 7 by 10 deck being 75% if it's adjacent to something usable, otherwise 75%, otherwise 50%, and a 10 by 10 or above deck counting just at 100%, but falling under the 50% rule if it's not adjacent? Is just
10 by 10 or
10 by 15.
10 by 15, sorry.
Yeah.
10 by 15. Just as a show of hands, is who's comfortable with that particular bonus structure? Okay, so I think we have consensus on that at least. Do we need to take a formal vote on any of these? Because we're really just bringing it back for further discussion. So is this something we should vote on?
I don't think so. I think that's
recognize
enough for us to know, like, this is where you've found consensus.
Okay.
And if there are any other items that you find consensus on, we can, type that up and have that for you for the.
So we would have to somewhere add language about a 5 by 10 only counting at 50%, because that's not in there anywhere now. That, call it that level. The 7 by 10, we could change from a bonus of 150 to a allotment, or however we word, shall be counted at 75%. And the language is already there that it's 50% if it's not adjacent to those call them the usable areas. And then the same thing for the 10 by 15, morph that current 200% bonus to be just counted at 100% unless it's not adjacent to the living, dining, or kitchen. Does that sound right, Wayne and everybody else?
Yeah, I don't think we need the exact language at this point, do we?
Yeah.
As long as we have the idea. Yeah, so we're not drafting an ordinance.
Yeah, I think
want to get it as complete as possible, though.
Yeah, I think we got that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a clarifying question to the commissioners? This, what we're talking about here, would apply to like projects or density projects like the Seabreeze condos or the Legato or something of that density. Would be a 10 by 15 deck would be 100%. So every unit would have a 10 by 15 deck in a 4-story condo.
Yes, I believe that's the way we're
feet would be a 20 by 15 or 300.
Yeah, well, maybe it's going to have to be bigger than that, but minimum 10 by 15, or we're going to have to work on that part. But that's pretty healthy sized deck for some space.
Yeah,
currently it's like 200 feet.
Yeah, currently it's 200 feet for mixed use
with bonuses
projects.
Yeah. So really, it's 100. Not even. It's probably you're getting much smaller than that. So. I guess the main point I want to make there is I don't know that we can find one size and one specification that works for an R1 and high density. I don't know that those two will ever be one, in my mind, ever one threshold. So I have concern about that.
Well, it was now, right?
No, it shrinks as you get more dense, right? Well, if you need
Correct.
400 or 800 for an R1, you need 400 for an R1A, you need 350 for an R2, and you need 200 for
Yeah. I think we still need to address those. This was just how that whatever that number is, this is how it's calculated, is what we've been talking about so far. We still need to talk about that top level number.
Okay.
I made the mistake of saying it was 300 or 20% of overall, but not for one of the balconies. That was not my intention. I missed that. So yeah, I think you're right. We still need to talk about that overall. What is that number that it needs to get to? This is just how we add everything up.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. And one other unintended consequence we want to avoid is coming up with something, that's so different that all these new builds are radically different or less than what was there before, to the point where everyone's applying for variances because my neighbor was able to build this, why can't I? That type of stuff. So, just something else to be aware of too is and nothing we're proposing is crazy, but just something to be aware of.
Start acting like the state and change it, and then change it again next year and change it again next year.
Be nice to have the powers of the state, right? We don't seem to get away with that.
I think we came to kind of a conclusion about how it's calculated. Is there another aspect that somebody would like to hit on?
So one of the pieces I brought up was the porous pavement, or, we talk about wanting to have actual green space, not just paved over, a basketball court or driveway or whatever like that. I don't have a good thought around how to do that. I looked around in various ways of trying to figure out how to really make this outdoor space not just a patch of dirt, but make it, even a patch of dirt would be better than some things. But I'm just curious if anyone has thoughts about that, because I talked to Cal Water people about this, and reducing runoff in the coastal zones makes sense, but doing that everywhere is important. Recapturing that and recharging groundwater with it, actually having plants as opposed to cement. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts or ideas about ways we could potentially incorporate that. Maybe that's just outside this conversation altogether, but curious if anyone has any ideas.
Now, Sean, isn't there certain things like in our design guidelines that I think it's kind of like if you incorporate a porch, you kind of get something?
Yes, we have FAR bonuses. So you get more square footage if you incorporate certain design elements, and maybe increase. It's kind of somewhat counterintuitive sometimes, because if you give more of a setback on the side, for example, you can get an FAR bonus. So it pushes you off the property line, but it does allow you to develop a larger structure.
Yeah, I was just kind of bringing that up because there could be incentives, if you will, to promote that by saying, well, if you do this, you get something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It's tricky though where the intention is, there's some intention on mass and scale and kind of addressing that with this living space.
But I'm curious, because I know Matthew's issue or concern seems to be more about, everything being on balconies rather than on the ground. You'd rather see things more on the ground. That was my understanding. So what if you can get a bonus, if a percentage of your outdoor outdoor living space is a permeable surface.
I think it's
landscaped area, usable landscaped area.
Usable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Brandy. That does summarize my opinion. I would just like to make it the rule rather than a bonus. just for R2, R3. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could always do it by reducing the standard and making the bonus to what it currently is by acting in a certain manner, such as the landscaping.
Or you can just require it because, I've seen other municipalities, certainly in New Jersey, it's a bigger issue because it's more about, not having things go into combined sewers. That we could probably look at a couple ordinances and see how they address that in that outdoor living space.
Yeah, I looked at some of Commissioner Topero's suggestions from the other cities, but I couldn't find one in my reading through them that would really fit for our city because our lots are so small or so dense. So I like what the other cities did. I think it ends up with good results, but I couldn't find something that would work. And actually, I don't, that much dislike our current code for high-rise type, 4-level condo type buildings. I think it's, the best you can do. They're all going to be all going to be balconies, but when developers start applying that to 2,700 square foot 4-bedroom houses, that's what kills me. So, anyway, okay. Thanks.
So Dan, where were you looking at inserting something like that?
So, we've got a request for, porous pavement is requested. So the language I was looking at in 3A, the public exterior courts, pools, and activity areas. And this, again, just applies to public exterior courts. So it may not even be appropriate for this, it could be more the design guidelines or other areas. But I was just, interested in seeing what are options there for requiring really legitimate open ground that's useful, landscaped and whatnot, and then PV in Santa Barbara.
I was just going to say, that's why I want to look at some examples of what I'd seen. Like when I worked for Hoboken, you're talking about very small lots, probably much smaller than even the R1A lots or around that same size. But having to have some kind of requirement for that backyard space. Of how much of it had to be permeable surface. So I'll bring some examples from that. So that is going to be a little more comparable than a 1 unit per half acre type of development.
Yeah, that's
okay.
great.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you, because that way we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Sorry, Commissioner Stutzenberg. Commissioner Stutzenberg?
Yes, it's just quicker to do that than to raise the hand on the chat.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
So just to bring up the sore subject of the evening, we can't require outdoor living space for an ADU. Is that correct? You just can't do it. Could an ADU take over required outdoor living space? Are we almost maybe setting ourselves up if we require more outdoor living space to be open? If we potentially, the downside would be now they've got space to come in and build an ADU.
Where we don't have the say is on that streamlined. In the non-streamlined, there's that, they have to meet the other dimensions and requirements. But, with the streamline, we just don't.
Things open game.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'd made notes on that earlier when we were talking about ADUs. So it could potentially take over open space with a streamlined. Okay. The other thing I had hit on was the double dipping thing of if there's required setbacks that you can't just stick all your open space, or I use the wrong term. You can't stick all of your outdoor living space in a setback. The setbacks need to be there, period. Because we had that example earlier tonight that we couldn't talk about them, but now we can. If somebody came in and took over their setback space in the back and built right into it, and covered it all, and it is outdoor living space now, but something like that I don't think should qualify from the get-go if it was initially planned that way with the structure.
But Commissioner Shuffenberg, what's the, I guess one of the, if you look at an R1 lot, if everything was a 5,000 square foot R1 lot with all the setbacks, 20 feet in the front, 20 feet in the back, like, that's more than enough space. It should be grass, you know, or it should be some sort of yard rather than concrete, but like, I'm not sure why we would need to require balconies on an R1 house in addition to, 20 feet in the back, setback, 20 feet in the, and my numbers are off, but a lot of space in the back, a lot of space in the front. What's the benefit there on an R1 to have, require 2 balconies on an R1 house?
That we don't just get a massive structure, I think is where I would say it is, honestly. And the same thing for R2s and R3s.
Well, but,
because what's happening now is developers are absolutely maximizing enclosed space because that's square footage, that's the money. And that's
billable. Yeah, it's billable.
I mean, also what people want, though, which to me is crazy. I don't understand it, but people do pay top dollar for these McMansions. They really do want them, and the neighbors don't want them, and the neighborhood probably doesn't want them. But yeah, they're clearly is demand because they keep making them and selling them.
And the irony of it is that they don't realize what their heating and air conditioning bills are going to be for for that kind of space. So it's
you're right. It's what some people want, and there's always people to buy it. I don't know if everybody wants it. I mean, and it was brought up earlier. I have extremely high value on the outdoor living space that we have now with COVID, and with kids especially. That's been never felt that before.
even for myself. I mean, I have this gigantic garden, and I'm like on this paradise island during this COVID. I mean, I can grow food and I can go out there and I'm completely, it's beautiful. I mean, it's, and people are like almost forgot what that is. They're in their little cubicles or, every kid's in their room on their little thingy, playing their little games or whatever. And I've lost touch with nature and I think that maybe the COVID does help people kind of reflect on this and appreciate the outdoor space. And again, I've given this example before, and I'm going to give it again. Just driving down my street, it was years ago, one of these big FQMs, and built out R1, and these two pathetic little aluminum lawn chairs, the tiny ones you take to the beach or on the driveway. And I mean, how pathetic is that, Yeah, you're living in this beautiful climate and you've given up all your open space, and there you are parked on your driveway with your little lawn chairs, your little, the little ones, the seats with the short legs kind of. It was the most pathetic thing I remember seeing on my block is that.
Yeah, going back to one we had to approve a while back, we did get some changes, but the one on Elvira.
Right.
That street is a perfect example of things done right and preserved and not wanting to let happen what could happen. If that guy would have built out to that maximum, it would have sold, no doubt.
Right. Yeah.
So this is it's a different look on things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me
Crazy to me to pay this much to live in this beautiful climate and not have an outdoors, but some people do it.
So with our current discussion of the balconies, unless you go with Commissioner Stutzenberg not giving outdoor living space credit in setbacks, I'm not sure how adding 1 or 2 balconies of decent size changes the fact that their whole front yard is cemented for a driveway.
Well, I think, yeah, when you look at like an R1 with the setback requirements, that may be the entire outdoor
Yeah.
living space. If it's a single story, you're not going to put a balcony or anything because you're one story. So I think setbacks and in some situations make sense for the outdoor living space if it is an actual yard and you're not building accessory structures and things like that in it. That's where it's no longer outdoor living space.
But the setbacks get concreted, because you have the blow and mow crew coming through. And so all that stuff is literally, I remember the house next door many years ago, to have the drainage, they had put pebbles along the way of the side of the house. And I thought that was great because if anybody walked along, I could hear them, so not only was the water draining into the ground, but I could also hear anybody going down that walkway. And, sure enough, new people bought it and, cemented the whole thing. And then the new people bought it. Now they had to break up all the cement to redo all the piping to re-cement it again, and it's like, oh my God, the environmental impact and oh my God, the whole 9 yards. It's the waste is phenomenal. But yeah, so that's the sad part is the setback ends up being concreted.
Sean, currently a front setback can never be used. I'm sorry.
We can't hear you.
You're muted, Dan. Did you self-mute?
No, go for it. Sorry, I was going to say, go for it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the problem with kind of having this open forum on Zoom. A front setback can't currently be used for outdoor living space, can it? Yeah.
That's correct. No.
Yes, it can be paved over or something, and that's maybe a separate deal, but it's more the rear setback and potential even side setback could be used.
Correct.
For living space. And that's what I'm saying, that's where they're kind of double dipping if they do that.
I would definitely agree with the side setbacks not counting. But if you've got a significant rear setback, that is, that's most of the yards in my neighborhood are just the rear setback. And they're nice yards, except for the new build.
I would propose that if you put part of your outdoor living space, if you counted the setback, that it would be like Wayne did earlier, a decremented allocation that counted at maybe 50% or something like that. If it's in the setback.
That probably is sufficient too, because those setbacks are so large, even at 50%, it's well over 300 square feet. So, something like that could certainly make sense.
They can be.
Yeah.
Because our current setback, Sean, in general, is it 15 foot in the rear? Or? You're muted, Sean.
Yes, generally.
Okay.
Yeah, so 50 by 15 rear setback, essentially that's a rear yard, is substantial enough to where you could decrement that and still meet the requirements.
Well, but R1 is 800 square feet. So, they meet it at the current, but if you cut it in half, you're not meeting 800.
And that's the idea. We want to do more than just that rear setback. We don't want that rear setback to be all of it.
Okay. Then, I'd be amenable to looking at some decrement of outdoor space and setback. 50% might be a little steep, but I'd at least be interested to look at it.
I guess, are there other areas that we see diving into for our next meeting, or additional things we want to dive into here at all, or we have a consensus in the areas I think that we're interested in, and we can come away with this and do some additional research and continue this conversation? Or is there more stuff people want to discuss now? Yes, Commissioner Stutzenberg.
Is anybody, general feeling here, is anybody interested in tying the outdoor living space requirement to the square footage of the structure in some way?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Because that's something I had proposed. I did it in the wrong way, but So
Yeah.
put that in there somewhere, because a 3,000 square foot versus a 5,000 square foot shouldn't have the same outdoor living space, I don't think.
Mhm.
I would agree with that. I think that's worth looking into. But yeah, show of hands, I guess.
Well, sorry if I can comment before we do that. My concern is if you have let's say you're a developer and you built a 2,200 square foot, R2 building, and you have to provide 300 square feet. Well, you bump that up to 2,500 square feet. Now you have to provide 500 square feet of outdoor space. You almost are incentivizing to max out your square footage because it's only a smaller increase in your required outdoor space.
Yeah, I think we set a minimum somehow, which is already there, and then tie it, that would kick in at some level to become a percentage.
Yeah, that was my challenge. When I first heard what's the right formula? I think you have to have the minimum, like we already have a minimum, and then you have kind of like our tax system.
Yeah. But the question is, where does that kick in, and then what's the percentage become? Is it? I had proposed 20%. I think that's pretty strong, but I'd be willing to put that in there. But maybe that's not the right number.
I like strong.
Whichever is greater ttoo.
I'm all for strong.
Yeah, it would have to be great because I'm looking at my house and I have what I call a right-sized house, and the 20%, I've got that one beat. So it would actually be a lower standard than what we currently have. But
what we have by code.
Yeah, the 800.
It's going to be whichever is greater.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
The 800 would stay the minimum, but if it's so 800 is 20% of 4,000 square feet. So if it's a 5,000 square foot house, which we have them, that would bump up to 1,000 square feet if we use 20%.
And keeping in mind that if we're taking away some of these bonuses and actually doing some penalties, that's even more that they have to do.
Yeah, I think we're doing a lot of tweaking and movements and things. I'd like to see what we have so far before I want to look at that. Yeah, before I change too many things where I can't tell what's on. Because I do agree with you, Commissioner Schwarzenberg, on an R1 with a 4,500 square foot lot that could make sense. But again, I'm thinking of these denser, R3 lots like the Foundry project or something, where you're going to incentivize maxing out. It could be. So
we have to differentiate on the different types, maybe,
maybe.
Yeah. Different categories, because they are literally different categories. So we probably need to make it specific to each type.
Yeah, and I looked at the examples that Holly showed the pictures of tonight that were great examples of maxed out structures on an R1A.
Yeah, that was so perfect, for our discussion, because it just really epitomizes, and even more pathetic because I think I went to some Christmas function or something, a little party years ago. It seems like in one of those houses, and the backyard was pitiful. So just what you see in the front, it's just as pathetic in the back, if I may say so.
If not worse, yeah.
But, I'd like to look at, at least on my own, kind of come up with some scenarios. Sean provided some examples on a 3 and a lot. I'd like to go back to look at the one we looked at on Prospect, which,
Yeah.
Like Torrance Boulevard, yeah.
To see what percentages would, if you could have increased it, the outdoor living space by 25%, what would that percentage be? Just kind of get a good rule of thumb to see if is 20 the right number, 20% the right number, maybe it's 30%, maybe, but I want to be able to get some real life examples to see, where these numbers would take us.
And thank God we have staff to keep us, on track and not going, wee.
So it sounds like you have, a few things that you do have agreement on, a direction, a couple things that you're all kind of willing to consider. And then I was going to do a little bit of research on that permeable surfaces. And maybe it's something that, I can work on that with staff to pull that together. And then maybe here are the other things you still need to figure out what like if you're making these adjustments, we're going to need to, so I'll work with Sean and our planning staff on that so that we can get that to you well in advance. And speaking of next meetings, we don't have anything scheduled for December. So the next one would be in January. But we can bring it back for that. At this point, we don't have anything concrete that would be coming for, and we have a couple projects that may be coming, but we can continue the conversation then. Then you'd have that information in advance of the meeting to be thinking a little bit more on.
Mm-hmm.
That would be that's just my recommendation. If you have some other ideas of how you want to do it.
Would the commissioners want to do it in December to continue this?
I want to continue, absolutely. So you're saying we don't have a meeting in December?
Correct.
Oh, okay, well, that's good to know. So that gives us extra time to
Do our homework.
Yeah, so if you could, yeah.
Okay.
I can get that to you, maybe, like it's not going to be obviously next week, but I could get something maybe that second week in December by the end of that week. So that way you'll have a good, 5 weeks to really be thinking about it, digging into it a little bit more. And so you'll have all that by that. It might be sooner, but I don't want to make any promises.
This is a bit brutal, but it's kind of fun to actually do something proactive like this for everyone. So if we could do one meeting and just do something like this, it'd be a nice break for Christmas.
Yeah, no, certainly. And then with the ADU stuff, it at least it kind of helps, balance out the scales a little bit, right?
Everybody else okay with doing that next?
Brandy, would we be also bringing back, in that document, or are we going to try to summarize now where there's consensus on these few items, or what do you?
Well, I think we hashed through so we have the synchronizing the coastal and inland definitions, discounting the smaller balconies at only a fraction of the actual space. We had that 5 foot by 10 foot at 50%, 7 by 10 at 75%, 10 by 15 or greater at 100%. And if any of those is not on a kitchen, it's down to 50%.
Yes.
And then we still have to figure out what we're going to do for that minimum requirement in one location, because that might need to be adjusted. But those in that list of things that still need to be determined. I have we want to have some kind of percent of usable pervious surface, or permeable surface. But I'll get that example to you, and then willing to consider decreasing the credit level if it's in a setback, and then to consider it being a percentage of square foot of the structure, whichever is greater, but not sure on either of those what those levels would be.
Right.
I think that captured everything that all the high points. So yeah, I think that gives us an opportunity to then go through and do some further research on our own, but getting us some information in advance too. That definitely helps, because I don't know where I was going with that exactly, other than kind of what I wanted, just not how to get there.
Right.
So yeah. I think that certainly helps, and gives us some time to digest this a little bit more. Is it worth, in the interim, sending anything to City Council, just saying, hey, we're looking at this, we want to make these recommendations? Is this something that City Council is also interested in, or are we just spinning our wheels and they're not going to be interested in changing it?
I think that they're going to be interested in hearing your thoughts on it and digesting it. They, this is not something they encounter. this is something that you encounter on a very regular basis, and you see where there are issues that may not have been foreseen when these were adopted. So I don't, because they're not going to make a decision on it unless they have something in front of them. But I like the idea of let's bring a recommendation with here the changes. You know, you can certainly reach out to the council people in advance as well, and just get a feel for how, you know, and bring that back for the next conversation, to, you know, just, you know, see if they're interested in, you know, on their level and what they've encountered.
Just keep in mind, come March, we've got 3 city council positions and a mayor that may or may not change.
Right.
we may have a completely different council. We don't know. Right.
There might be some distractions coming up.
Right. But, you know, I do think that it's of value. This is kind of your role, right? Is to make recommendations on ordinances. And although the ordinance isn't a proposed ordinance, you're making a recommendation on an ordinance that's existing that has some challenges.
And it's a fantastic thing to make an ordinance. I don't know how many of you have done ordinances, but with the Public Art Commission, we did the 1% for the arts. And let me tell you something, the Public Art Commission is rolling in dough, you know, for all the projects, thanks to the ordinance that we created. And it is such a satisfying thing. So it's something, it's our legacy. And when it gets presented to city council, we all show up to that meeting. And each one of us, we get our 3 minutes to tell them what a great thing this ordinance is. Mm-hmm. And we're going to get that ordinance.
And in my 3 years, this is the first thing we've done that's proactive. Wayne, do you have
that?
No.
That's why I think this is, you know, I've been bugging, you know, since the beginning I sat on this planning commission to have this discussion on open space. And I am ecstatic. Haven't I? Yeah, yes. It was like the first thing out of the gate, man. I want to talk about open space. All right. And, you know, and finally we're here and everyone is just really rising up to the task. And it makes me so happy because I really feel we're doing something really important.
I think we'll come back to a month.
It might be interesting if I could just throw this in. I know, Commissioner, you had said, hey, you'd like to see an example. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off, but, you know, Brandy, we did have 2 examples in our last presentation. It'd be interesting to see just these few items, if we could impose those on these projects and illustrate maybe what that's going to look like.
Absolutely. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah. Sean, do you think we could give you some like example projects or ones that we'd like to see, you know, as a commission, these are the ones that like typify what we're trying to fix and see what that looks like?
Well, I mean, that's what I was just referring to. We did have 2. Okay. We had an R3 lot area, 7,500 square feet. It had 3 units attached, and we had an exhibit. I can share my screen if you want to see it.
No, I remember. I'm just thinking of like a
specific one.
Yeah, the 210 Prospect, the 5 units from, you know, January, or I guess it was approved in July.
Mm-hmm.
The Elvira project.
Yeah, the Elvira was the R1.
Yeah.
Example.
So maybe those instead.
Yeah, that's what because the ones you showed are kind of the standard lots, I guess we'll say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, standard R2, standard R3. But anyway, yeah, that would be very good. And can I go back to the consensus points, Brandy, of the summarizing? Based on the other commissioners' feedback, did I hear any feedback on the fact that whatever we're going to come up with, that kind of one size isn't going to fit all our different zonings, whether it's size or application or certain things? So is there consensus on that point generally, that we're going to need some sort of variation among zones?
Maybe just a show of hands.
Yeah, it's something we'll have to consider.
Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to see if we're have some consensus.
I just back on those specific projects.
Okay.
The only concern I have is, we'd be looking at an architect's plans and trying to, and use those for them to do this. And at least we'd have to have their consent to do that. I'm not sure necessarily.
Possibly.
I agree with that. But if there's something that we can do that's kind of that similar size or issue.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Generic.
Yeah, I agree with Shannon. Just list an example of a R3 that had 5 units had this much with no identifiers to it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. And we wouldn't even expect exact numbers.
Right.
And we'll bring you the best we can.
Yeah.
What your concerns are.
And we're not there yet, but also, when we start looking at commercial, that's going to be really interesting because I think there's going to be some bigger payoffs even there. So we're really cutting our eye teeth on this residential because our big work is going to be with the commercial stuff. So,
and that's why I'm hoping we can kind of get through this and get council to buy in on what we're doing, because there's a lot of areas we could potentially make improvements on. So if we can do this one right and build that momentum, there's a lot of good we can do.
Yeah.
And the only commercial example I think we've had so far was the Galleria.
Yeah, look how big that was, I mean.
You should have had that with our Seabreeze project. That might predate.
Legato.
Before, yeah, that was
and
Legato.
Yeah. Yes.
What is now 1 South? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with that, then, do we have? Do we want to close the
mixed
hearing or
use, right?
continue it?
It's not a hearing, so no need to continue a hearing.
So we just move on.
Yeah, we'll add that as a discussion item at the January meeting.
Any other thoughts on that, or is everyone ready to move on?
Yeah, I'm ready to. It's okay to move on, but maybe based on the feedback I heard and Brandy's comments, I might take a crack at the municipal code so we have something to talk about at the next meeting.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. And I'll put the language rather than a table, because the language is when we start getting into the nuance. So. So I'll take a crack at it.
Perfect. Yeah, and we could do it like we did this time too, where everyone puts together their thoughts or things in advance potentially, because I know that's helpful for me to see before the meeting too, particularly because if we all submit our thoughts in advance, Commissioner Hensley will summarize them for us. It makes our lives easier. So thank you again, Commissioner Hensley. That was that's fantastic. You've got an official position as the as our table maker now.
We'll see how quick word travels if we get any developers showing up.
That takes us then to items from staff. Nothing?
No item.
All right. Okay. Commission items and referrals to staff. Does anyone have anything they'd like to bring up? Commissioner Strutzenberg. Commissioner Strutzenberg, can you hear me?
For the December, Brandy, can you come back with the one on the that we discussed earlier that didn't get touched on this month about the who we can do as far as who we can talk with as far as Brown Act? And
it'll be January. We're not having a December meeting.
I thought we were just talking about having a December meeting.
No, I even asked because I was so surprised we were not having one. So you must have missed that.
Yeah. No, so what we'll do is we'll get you the information so that you can review that in time for the January meeting.
Okay, I missed that.
Sorry.
I think we frequently haven't had meetings just due to lack of business and people traveling, although travel's not a problem right now. So, yay. Any other commission items or referrals to staff?
Just to answer that question though, I'll make sure to send that. I won't wait for you to have an agenda packet. We'll distribute that to the planning commissioners when I have that.
Awesome.
quickly happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Yeah, be
Thank
safe.
you,
I hope
guys.
everybody's seen the mural at the police station. I hope everybody's had a chance to see that. If not, go get yourself
It's
down there.
fantastic.
Fantastic.
Just had a few things actually, sorry. So I know at council they were talking about inclusionary housing. Is that something that's going to come before planning commission at all?
Oh.
Okay, so at some point in the future, we'll talk about that. Another one I was interested in is fantastic work, finally shutting down the illegal cannabis dispensary, which is probably reopened under a new church name already. But are we looking at any type of enforcement ordinance for something like that, like a chronic nuisance property ordinance? Is that something we should be looking at or that we could dig into?
I mean, we have our nuisance ordinance and there, we just have to go through the process with, this was a big one as far as bringing in the state, because the state was able to address it on the cannabis business side of things, because they don't have a license. They're not licensed on the state level. For us, we were going after a lot of other things, but it was hard because we didn't have that warrant to get on the site. So I think it was the combined and collaborative effort. When we do have, repeat issues of violations, a lot of times if it's a fine or fee, it goes up, but it really just takes a lot of time for that enforcement process.
Yeah, I'd love to see those fees through the roof to recoup our costs for all the time we have to spend dealing with those churches. And then the last one I had is in the years past, we had Planning Commissioners Academy that the city would pay for. And obviously times are tough at the city. I don't think they would pay for that, but would that be virtual potentially this year? And if so, is that something, if there was a minimal cost that we could attend? I know when I first started, I think that might've been the last year we did it. I don't know. I must've done something terrible because they haven't done it since, but, or at least the city hasn't paid for it since, but it's something I learned a lot from, and I think other commissioners might benefit from as well. So just to throw that out there as an idea.
That was the California commissions, right? And I think Commissioner Ong was with us as well. Yeah, that was very good. And then it didn't happen anymore. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we must have had too much fun.
Yeah, especially for our new commissioners too, who haven't had that experience. Really quite nice. And it was so interesting because, we'd say, I remember saying, I'm from Redondo. And then, they were like, oh, we don't want to deal with you. So it was really kind of interesting because, we had a reputation for all the lawsuits and stuff that we've had and all this. It was really kind of interesting, but there were some really good developers at that meeting.
Yeah.
You're doing beautiful stuff, like in Pasadena and stuff like that. I was like, oh, wow. So it's inspiring.
I'll see, if you have any information on, who hosted that, we can certainly research to see if they're still doing the training. Maybe that might have been how it went by the wayside. I don't know.
It was the California commissions. It was the California Planning Commission.
It's the League of California Cities.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Planning Commissioners Institute that they used to do every.
That's correct. That's it.
We'll see if they're still doing it.
Because now with the Zoom, the costs are lower. There's no travel, there's no this. I think it's a wonderful opportunity because, you can attend so many more events now without the traveling. It's you learn so many fabulous things in your solitude.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I'd also be interested in that training. I think I talked to Sean about it, maybe when I first started on the commission, because I did see that was out there. So it looks pretty awesome. And one other question on the cannabis. Didn't the city have a task force that was working on cannabis, and there was the planning commission looked at some regulation or some municipal code or something?
Yeah, the city manager does have a advisory committee that is working on that. With COVID, that's certainly kind of taken a back seat to a lot of the other issues that we've had to work on. I know that is something that we still have on our strategic plan and something that we're still looking to work towards. And I've been working with the city manager on that. So we do have, like what is it that group, is interested in recommending to a certain degree, but then we also want to pull together what would be the recommendations for the licenses, so what would be the review process of that? So there's a lot that goes into, it's not just like, well, let's allow these licenses. Where, how many, how do you select who gets the licenses, and making sure that it doesn't bump up against some of the case law that's been out there. So it's still moving forward. I just want to, so it's there, like it is a priority. It's just that it's, unfortunately we've had a pandemic that created a lot more priorities for us.
Okay, no problem. But eventually when that comes to some conclusion, it'll come back to the planning commission for action, or?
It depends. I have to see where, it depends on where it's at in the regulations. If there are regulations related, the zoning, those would come to you. Remember when I was talking about what the process, if regulation is dealing with land use, then it goes to planning commission. But if it's outside of that and it's just like setting up the licenses themselves, that wouldn't necessarily come before you. But if it was here where they can be zoned, that would come before you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything? And I hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. Please be safe, follow those public health guidelines. But is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, guess I'll second that.
The motion by Commissioner Ung, seconded by Commissioner Topar to adjourn. Final roll call of the night. Commissioner Toparo.
Yes, be well and be safe.
Thank you. Commissioner Godek.
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Ung.
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yes, and happy Thanksgiving and be safe.
And Commissioner Strutzenberg.
Aye.
Excellent. I will also vote to end this. So thank you everyone for a great night. Great discussions all around, and be safe out there, and see you in the new year, I guess.
Thank you.
Good.